Hi, this is Breeze. Welcome to the NSL6 waiting room. Deadweight and I have some fun Tier 3 casts for you today that we'll be starting very soon. We will be live shortly at 9 o'clock, but until then, thank you for tuning in. Welcome, and please continue to enjoy some more wonderful, delicious nerd tunes. Hey everybody, it's Breeze here. Welcome to the NSL6 waiting room. Deadweight and I are going to be live shortly in just a few minutes at about 9 o'clock or so. We got some really fun looking T3 games today. Till then, please enjoy some more Nerd Tunes.
Hey, what's up everybody? Hope you enjoyed the video. If you're enjoying the music and you want to help support the channel as well, Hey, what's up, guys? Hope you enjoy.
All right. Hello, how are you? We've got let's see, I hope my co-host is showing up here.
Doesn't look like it, but they should still be able to hear me.
Oh, I have to change the link. Hold on, it's my fault. That's all right. This is easy peasy. Okay. So, we're going to do that. Copy that. Go into here. I changed the room, that's why I have to change the link. Okay.
Oh, I gotcha.
There we go. There's my co-host. Okay. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, thanks. Oh,
Good
man.
to be here. Ready to talk some StarCraft shit, man.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I'm looking forward to this, man. We got some exciting streams today.
Mm-hmm. We do indeed. I've played against Shimmer myself quite a few times. I played against them right when we first started out in CPL, and well, I did beat them, but you know, as time went on and I started using more intelligent builds, Shimmer has definitely kicked my ass a couple times, and I think I've played. I gotta look at the rest of the lineup, but I know I've played a couple of these other folks that are on here, and yeah, pretty solid overall. So
I agree, and I'm I'm kind of similar. Like I've played Shimmer a few times as well. I actually ran into Shimmer on the ladder recently and had a really fun PvZ against them. And
So did I actually. It's funny.
yeah, it was a ton of fun. And I've played Tech before too. Tech kicked my ass when I 1v1'd him.
Mhm.
So like I know like all these, and I was on the CPL team with Throne of Bone. I mean all these.
Oh yeah, that was
players
the
are
other one,
solid.
Throne of Bone. Yeah.
Yeah. So really solid players, and I gotta tell you, like I think this is going to be a pretty exciting series, pretty exciting cast here for all three of these.
Right.
So before we get started, I'm not sure what Cookie's doing yet. I'm kind of monitoring Cookie's progress and seeing where we are time wise with that. It seems like there's been maybe a little bit of miscommunication, and I apologize if we wind up casting some of the games that have already been cast. It seems like that Cookie might be doing some of these already. So I apologize ahead of time if that winds up happening, and it seems like there may have been some miscommunication between us. But you know what? This is like our first season casting NSL, and I mean, we're kind of figuring this out as we go. We're getting our streams all kind of figured out too. So we'll
Hey,
get
you
it
know what?
figured out eventually.
Different perspective. We'll have a different perspective than they will. So there you go.
Exactly. We'll have like the fresh fish perspective. The fresh meat from the grinder perspective, so to speak. Should be fun. And I'm a vegetarian, and I think it's going to be fun.
It's alright, I'm basically a carnivore, so I'll eat all the meat that you don't. So,
Oh, there you go. So we balance each other out. That's good.
yep. My snack right before here was just salami and cheese. That's like
Nice. All right. So it looks like we got it still looks like we got cast going on with Cookie. So what we're going to do is we'll just I guess we can just sit here and talk a minute. I think Cookie is going to rate us when he's done. That's my impression. But even if he doesn't, I kind of want to start our cast after everyone's done seeing that, so they have time to get here. I want this to be
sense.
like kind of no pressure, no worries, and sort of thing.
Yeah.
So anyway,
So how long have you been playing? Because I don't think we've ever actually established that. I don't know what your kind of Brood War history is, or StarCraft history, if you will.
I have actually been playing StarCraft for a very long time. I have not been playing, shall we say, the right way for a very long time, which is what you learn in CPL, right? How to do Brood War the right way.
Mm-hmm.
But I have been playing StarCraft for a very long time. I've been playing StarCraft since like 98, 99. And when I first played, I didn't know anybody. My dad got StarCraft, and we had like PCs in the kitchen, and so we just kind of all, like my dad and my brother and I, just kind of played together when we could on Battle.net. Before Battle.net, I'm gonna date myself here a little bit. Before Battle.net came out, I actually played on the World Opponent Network. I don't know if you remember that. But
no,
that's
I didn't have a second computer growing up. We only had the one. But same, like my earliest memory is my dad. Like I think I was like 4 years old or like 5 years old, and my dad like typed in a bunch of cheat codes and just had me like micro a bunch of carriers around a custom map and just like kill everything with it while I was sitting on his lap. That's like one of my earliest memories. So yeah, It's been a while for me too, but. Definitely not like that though. You've been doing the competitive thing a little bit longer than I have. It sounds like.
Not too much longer. Like I think your first CPL season was 9, right?
Mm-hmm. This last one. 9. Yeah.
I've been doing the competitive thing. I haven't been doing it too much longer, but what I've been doing possibly longer is I've been prepping for the competitive thing for like the past like 2 years. Like
Yep.
since like 2021-ish, 2022-ish, 2022, 2021 late, I've been prepping for the competitive thing with like solo practice and stuff.
Same here, same story. Because this game is just like, it's fucking impossible to get into as a newbie. Like, if you don't know people, you don't have people to practice with that are around the same skill level as you, it's daunting, and the continuous defeat on the ladder is just like, it demoralizes you. It doesn't make you want to keep playing. Like, the amount of times I picked it up and put it back down over the last like 7 years or so is kind of insane. Because I basically got into Brood War like a month or two before Remastered came out. And since Remastered came out, I was playing that, but I started as Zerg, and I watched like all the Day 9, like that whole series, the Let's Learn StarCraft or whatever. Mm-hmm. I would literally watch that while going to bed, like every night. Like, that was just playing 24/7. I was constantly watching games. I still am, even to this day. It's like all I do. But the play itself, that one I struggled a lot with. So I would say my real competitive thing started basically when yours did. I started with CPL 9. That's really when I would say that my official competitive, progress started, if you will.
Yeah, and I'm glad that I did, because my original plan was to build my mechanics up even more solo and wait till CPL 10. But then I was just like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just do 9. It feels like the right time.
I had reached out on Reddit to because I found a Brood War Reddit, and I just posted on there. I tried it once 4 or 5 years ago. I posted on there, was like, hey, looking for a practice partner, yada yada yada, and there was some C rank Protoss or something like that joined in. And I played a couple games against them, and they just absolutely decimated me because I didn't know how to play. Then I again kind of put it down for a little while, and then about a year ago is when I had messaged out again to that same Reddit group, and everybody told me about CPL, and it's kind of just been stories unfolded from there, kind of thing. So
yeah, who knows? Maybe some of the people that you've encountered during season 9 were actually on that Reddit telling you about CPL. You never know, man.
No, 100%. That's actually, so one of my good friends, which is he goes by the name of MK Ultra. That's actually where I met him, and there was another person named Saya who they pretty infrequently play. I haven't seen them on in a long while, but I really enjoyed. They were a Zerg player. I really enjoyed playing against them. But pretty much, it was like the two of us that kind of met off of that Reddit page, and we kind of just started playing games. And I think I met also. I know what their BattleNet ID is, but I can't remember what the actual user ID is. But anyway, it's irrelevant. Either way, I met a few people that I still play with, and MK Ultra and I both, when CPL 9 got announced, we both sat and kind of discussed it, should we do this? Should we just keep playing on our own? Do you think it's gonna be worth it? And we talked each other into it, and both of us, it's really crazy if you watch. It was really funny because Zeski was actually coaching me during one of the sessions where me and MK Ultra were playing against each other. We both got super drunk one night and we're just going at it. And it's really crazy because he's super good at macro, but he's okay at micro, but it's not his strength. And it's the opposite for me. Micro is usually kind of my thing. I can make units be a lot more efficient than they need to be, if I do say so myself. But my macro struggles a little bit, and it always has. And so when the two of us go at it, it's pretty crazy because he'll have an overwhelming number of units, but I'll somehow find a way to come back and actually crush them, and then push my advantage, but he'll be able to just push me back with overwhelming numbers again. It's just really crazy back and forth. They're actually really intense games. So hopefully we end up playing each other again next CPL. It'd be exciting.
I hope so too. Yeah, it's I kind of joined CPL slightly differently. I didn't really go like around on Reddit looking for practice partners and stuff. But what I was doing is that I was listening to like I would listen to like a ton of ASL, and before I listened to ASL and got back into Brood War, I would be like on GSL and watching every season of GSL. I would follow like Artosis and Tasteless around, like not like literally stalk follow them around, but like
yeah, no,
follow their casts and stuff and keep up with it. And that's kind of like where I started to get interest in it. And I don't know, man, like I've listened something about their cast, it's like and listening to them and like you know, you also kind of learn about them a little bit like through the grapevine and stuff. And something about those guys, like they kind of resonated with me, and I felt like I could one day like be friends with them, which I probably never could, but whatever. That's like meeting that, like needing that connection with other people is kind of what got me into CPL. And what's cool about that is that I would also watch like the Pylon show, and there was a dude on the Pylon show, and who was a guest on there. His name was what was his name? He's in CPL too. He's hold on. I need to look in here and remember his Doc Holliday. That's who it is.
Oh yeah.
I haven't talked to him or like been in his channel for so long, but anyway.
Doc Holliday is the one that put on the Holiday Bash for Remastered, and I think he was also the one that did the Remastered launch event. I think Doc Holliday was the one that kind of did a lot of those like local or like foreigner lands. Doc's like pretty big about that, as far as I know.
And at the time I was living in the Bay Area, and so like, oh my god, this dude's from my area too. And so like I just, you know, he seemed like a really cool dude, and like I joined his Discord. And like he was like, "Hey, you ever want to play some games with me?" And I didn't ever respond because I'm like, I suck and I kind of don't want to get my ass handed to me. But thank you anyway. I'll hang out.
As far as I know, Doc Holliday's not very great. He says it himself. It's not like I'm saying it like, you know, objectively. Like he says it himself in that case. He's like, I'm not very good, but I put together all these things, so it works. Like
yeah. Anyway, he's the one who eventually invited me into CPL, and that's how I got into CPL, was through Doc.
Oh, rad. Okay.
And there's a lot of really cool people in CPL. Like I was particularly like the coach tier. Like I was looking at some of the players in the coach tier, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this person's here.
I was kind of really hoping that Nyokin would donate his time, because I would really like to learn from Nyokin, but you know, who knows? The fact that G5 and who's the other one? Hawk. The fact that the two of them are kind of doing that is super, super cool. With them both also now being in NSL6 too, it's been pretty awesome. I've got Hawk on my team, but he's helped a few times. Basically, it's kind of funny. I mean, maybe I'm reading too far into it or not, but I think he was helping somebody. He was coaching, I think it was Mick Terran. He was coaching him on how to do CVT. And then like I was like, oh, Hawk's giving like a ZVT lesson. And I like hopped into the thing, and like I just muted my mic. Like I didn't say anything, but I just like hopped in and was just kind of listening in. And then eventually we just heard all these like like all these people started hopping in, and Hawk was just like, all right, GG guys, take care. Like left immediately. I was like, dang it. But I think it's because there's too many people in there, and he just like didn't want to get bombarded. Because I'm sure both him and G5 have probably just been inundated by people just being like, teach me how to play, please. Like, you know. So
yeah, it's gotta be that's gotta be daunting with the higher up you get in skill.
Do we know what's going on with their cast, or what their plan is?
It looks like we have 2 more series, and we just started the first of those 2 series.
Yikes. Okay.
And they're both like, I think, like first four, like I think it's like game 1 and series 1 and series 3 or something like that. They already got through all the bottom tier stuff.
Okay. I mean, it's up to you, but I mean, we could theoretically just start. I mean, if they've already gone through those, people would be filing in near the end. But I also don't want to have whoever's games we're casting miss their game, kind of a thing.
Yeah, we can. I think we're gonna wait until these last 2 series are done.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm not gonna have I'm almost tempted to cast well, I don't know. No,
You want to just play a game?
I'm open to that too. If this winds up taking really, really long, I am open to playing a game. I can do it. I can play it from my perspective, I guess.
Yeah. I just closed the stream because I can. I mean, But it's unfortunate that, like, because we had talked about this being the time that we were going to start, and I think if they hadn't done those same tiers that we're going to be doing right now, that it probably would have ended and everything would have been a little bit smoother. But it is what it is. So.
Yeah, and it kind of bothered me too that they were like, "Let's start a few hours earlier," but I don't know. There's some weird communication going on, but that's okay. You know what? I really want to I want to keep this here for the people that have been watching Cookie Stream that want to watch us cast their games.
Yeah.
And you know what? We committed to this, and like I don't want to back out and like not.
No, I don't at all either. And what I was actually going to say as well, is that, like, even though they are casting that and there may have been that miscommunication and things like that, the fact that this is now our second cast ever, I mean, as far as like us together casting, and the fact that that they're comfortable enough with letting us do stuff from NSL6 and like have their logo attached to both your stream and my stream, like, it's really nice, and I do appreciate it a lot. And it's been fun. So hopefully we can continue it.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like they're kind of they're getting to know us and we're getting to know them. So it's a we'll figure it out.
All right, so I got a question for you.
Yeah.
From the Protoss perspective, what is the most broken unit in Brood War?
From the Protoss perspective, what is the most broken unit?
I'm waiting for it because I'm pretty sure we both have the same unit in mind, but
I'm not sure. So when you say that, are you like just generally overall the most broken unit, or like
the one that, like, you're literally like, okay, if this thing was to be like, if this particular unit was to be explained to somebody who's never played this game before, they would think of that and be like, how is that allowed in the game? Because there's quite a few of them, the Marine being one of them, in my opinion. So
okay, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna have the unpopular opinion, but I've actually tried playing Terran unofficially to the point to where I might actually be Terran next CPL season, just for gits and shiggles. I feel like the Vulture is pretty busted.
Yeah, it's pretty broken.
It is pretty.
The fact that it has the same speed as a Zergling, but it has range, and you can shoot backwards while moving. It's only 75 minerals, and you get 3 mines that also grant you vision and do 150 damage and are invisible. Like, pretty fucking broken.
Okay, and it builds super fucking fast, and it only costs 75 minerals.
Yep, no gas whatsoever.
I know, and it's like the Zealot takes like twice as long to build and costs 100 minerals. You're gonna like break the bank trying to build as many Zealots.
But to be fair, though, before the Vulture comes out, Zealots are the most obnoxious fucking unit. Oh my god! Like 2 zealots could end the game. 2 zealots will end the game.
Oh, 1 zealot could. They're great.
Yeah, 1 can if you know how to micro it. Yeah, well, and see, somebody in the chat just said the same thing. And it's vultures are great, but they require attention. Is the downside? Yeah, that's fair, but if you keep them part of your main army, you can just section off like 2 or 3 of them, and then that's all you really have to do. Is you only really split your APM and your attention between the small group of vultures roaming the map trying to get probe kills or trying to get drones or SCVs or whatever, and then your main army. So you're really only splitting between 2 different places while also still macroing, which is nice. But they are pretty fragile. If you get them into the wrong spot, they don't do any damage and they will get killed. So
yeah, and like dragoons, especially with range, can like basically hard counter a vulture.
Yeah. One of the cool things, I have this micro map that I had downloaded at one point. Is called like Sky High Vulture Micro or whatever. It just spawns you into like a little tiny arena. There's some dragoons in the middle, and then you have like, it starts out I think with like 8 goons and like 8 vultures or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And you have 3 mines on them, and they're all 0-0. And the whole point of it is that you're supposed to practice like laying mines in a circle around them, and then when you kill all of them with mines, then it starts round 2, and round 2 has like more dragoons and more vultures, and it gets more and more complicated as it continues. So it's pretty fun. I would personally say the Defiler, because the unit is so busted.
But the thing is I have to be honest too. Like, the Arbiter is pretty busted.
Yeah, no, the Arbiter's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit.
As a Protoss, I have to be like, this unit's pretty broken.
I literally just played against a person who was smurfing on the ladder, doing a 2-base Arbiter build, and I wanted to freaking throw my fist through this monitor. Like, oh my god. Like, the second you push out, they're like, oh, panic button, R, and just like recall into your base. And you're like, sick, thank you so much for just like literally not having to move out of your base and then just able to attack perfectly into mine. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, and they can just bypass all your anti-air. Like, oh, look at those cute little arrows firing at me.
Yep. Oh, and EMP, if you don't do it in the exact right spot, doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't do shit. Doesn't even stop the recall. Oh, and they make your shit invisible while you're at it, so you still have to use scans while they're in your base. Oh, you want to get up the ramp to defend yourself? Stasis on the ramp. Now you can't move anything there for a minute.
There's I played a PvP one time, and it was really funny. It was like your standard PvP with like goons and like reavers and maybe like a DT here and there or whatever. And then like it got to the mid game, and all of a sudden there's like an Arbiter in my opponent's base stasising my shit, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? In a PvP?
I mean, I guess it's a pretty good late game unit in PvP. I always thought the late game unit for that was carriers. But
and it was like, it was just the funniest thing. And the thing is after learning it, the unit, it doesn't take much to get good at it. It is super noob friendly, and I think that's why this person did it, because it's like, oh well, this is really easy. I can just stasis this stuff.
Yeah. Bullshit.
Yeah.
As a Terran player, I'm telling you, going against somebody playing with Arbiters is so infuriating. I will say, at lower ranks, it's not as big of a deal, especially if you can get to science vessels and you know what you're doing as far as like how to do engagements, and like if you can get to a macro game, I would say that they're not as annoying as a late game Zerg. Late game Zerg, when it's like Ultra Defiler laying, or it's like Hydra Lurker with Defiler, or whatever it is, like it is the most infuriating and frustrating bullshit to just like push into a location. You're just about to kill everything. Everything's going great, and then all of a sudden, Dark Swarm or Plague, and then they have like 2 units that come in and just wipe your entire fucking army out. And then they're like, oh, by the way, here's 12 Ultralisks with 5 armor, so your shit does 2 damage per shot. Okay. It's literally funny. They're literally like roving command centers that do a shit ton of damage. Like, that's how long it takes to kill them. But
another one
I'm not salty about it at all, if you couldn't tell.
DTs can be pretty busted too. I've done PvPs where it's like I basically win like the goon early game. Like I macro and I out macro my opponent and I win the goon early game and I press into the base like, oh yeah, I won the game, okay. And then what does this motherfucker do? This motherfucker builds like 30 fucking Dark Templar and just walls off all of his fucking gateways with like 30 Dark Templar.
I've actually never thought about that, but that's a really genius thing. Literally, because you can't get your zealots on top of the gateways. Like if there's a bunch of Dark Templar around it.
It is kind of smart, but it's also kind of another like panic button move. Like, oh, I'm about to lose. Okay, just spam Dark Templar and.
Yep.
It's
funny is I used to be like really petrified of Dark Templar because like when in a Protoss versus Terran, for instance, like again, it's similar in PvP where one DT can end the game. But in PvP, it's a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing. It's like, oh, I didn't build an observer, and he went for invisible men, so he wins. Like it's just kind of like stuff like that. Versus like in PvT, it's like, oh, I didn't scout it, so I didn't see that the DT was coming in time. Like that's really the only thing. Or like, oh, I didn't get my eBay on time, or I didn't build mines, or I didn't build my academy in time. Like it's always something that you did, and it's not as much of a coin flip. So I'm not as afraid of them as I once was when I first started playing this game, and the amount of times that a DT has ended the game for me has been pretty infrequent, specifically because I get my engineering bay as fast as possible just to be safe. I don't know, I find that like if it's Gateway Man and I'm just playing against that, like I don't really mind having just wasted, what is it, 150, 75, so that'd be 225 minerals on 3 turrets. I really don't mind throwing that away for safety in the early game. And besides, I play kind of upgrade Terran mostly anyway, where I'm turtled back in the base. And those turrets always just come in handy, even for like arbiters if they come in, shuttles, whatever it is. I just really fucking hate the people that just do nothing but zealot all-ins all the time, and I get them all the time. I literally feel like Artosis, like 95% of the time when I play on ladder. Like I'm not kidding, because it's just the most ridiculous bullshit that happens to me every single time. Like, oh, Nexus first cross-spawn into just like nothing but zealot all-ins? Cool. Just did that last game and the game before that against somebody who's actually A rank but playing in the F rank queue. So thank you very much for that. I really appreciated it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I can go on a while longer about this line of conversation for sure. This is just there was one game I played in the CPL9, speaking of DTs. There was one game I played in CPL9 where I went DT and my opponent went engineering bay, and the person casting the game was like, "Oh look, he got an engineering bay. The turrets are going to be up. The DTs are useless. Womp womp." It was like, "Hey, look, they have turrets. Hard counter DT." And like basically my build is like I was doing a 23 Nexus build, which is kind of a standard like macro-ish build. And normally when you go 23 Nexus, you build the robo at like 25 if you're going fast. But instead of building the robo, I went at 25. I went Citadel. And I wound up having, like, at like the 7-minute mark, I wound up having like 7 goons and a DT. And sure enough, my opponent had the turret up, right? Like the caster was like, "Oh, hey, look, it's a hard DT counter." But, I had also 7 ranged goons, and it's like, "Hey, look what I can do. I can dive on the turret, and now you can't defend against the DT."
And I'm assuming they didn't go for mines.
Nope.
Yep.
I didn't. There's parts of the attack I didn't execute very well, but the point is that it's not what I like about the game is that it's not always as cut and dry as you build this and you hard counter that. There still is tactics and strategy and stuff.
And the fact that it is still Protoss versus Terran, which means you can still just run through the front door, and sometimes it works.
Yeah,
as Protoss.
Well, especially if you break the lock beforehand, it always helps.
Yeah. The second that you pop the bunker, you're pretty much done. Like 2 gates, like if you do like a 2-gate expand or something like that, and you put on heavy pressure, the Protoss basically just gets to like right click on the bunker, and then they can just forget about their dragoons and go about their merry business, and everything's fine. We'll expand here and maybe build a robotics bay, maybe do this, maybe do that. Meanwhile, everything is on fire in the fucking Terran base, and literally you're having an aneurysm trying to make sure that all your SCVs are properly repairing, and you're like, get this fucking tank out! Oh my god! And you're like freaking out, like trying to get the tank out, and like. If it goes south in any way and the bunker gets popped, you're just fucked. And it's like, all right, cool. Well, that was fun. Thank you for wasting 5 minutes. That's great.
I gotta harass the bunker more often. That's so awesome.
It's literally what happens. Like, when I say everything's on fire, I mean both literally and figuratively. Like, their buildings are on fire, but mentally, it's like that scene in that SpongeBob episode where they're like freaking out and trying to find like all the filing cabinets because they're trying to find his name. It's like that.
Nice. All right. So it looks like we are. Looks like we are just now finishing the last. We're just now finishing the last series and stuff from Cookie Stream. All right, one more question before we start to kind of get ready to start this thing. If you talk to we don't have reps for another team. Otherwise we would do that. We just have the reps for, like, my team's reps aren't done yet this week, and anyway, I don't have the graphics for anything other than this current one, but we don't have the reps. So otherwise we would. That's kind of what I was thinking in my head. It's like I almost kind of want to, like, nah, I can't really do that.
Just pulled some random pro games or something, but
yeah, I wish we could do that. It would be nice.
I have a huge pack of them. Actually, there's one replay in particular. How far are we into that last one?
So it looks like from what I saw, we're done with the final scores and stuff, and we're just kind of going through some review videos.
Okay, perfect.
Some week review videos. I'm not sure how long those are going to run. I have
I was saying the same thing.
What we could do, and I'm not opposed to it, why don't we do like a best of 3 and a cast?
What do you mean?
Like literally just like cast and then do a best of 3. Or do a best of 3 and then cast or something. Just do them both. And I can certainly stream from my perspective.
Okay. Yeah.
We can move people, but I think what we should do the best of 3 after the cast, so that we can send people over to your stream after we're done with our what we came here to do.
Okay. Well, I have a perfect game for you to watch. It's a Terran versus Zerg, but it's one of the most exciting pro games I've ever seen in my life. So, it's one of my all-time favorites. I'm
interested. I have a really cool PVZ, by the way, from like this is an old school Protoss from like Stork's day, that I want to study. I want to study them more, but I'm having a hard time finding reps to study. I think I might have to like stalk their Africa TV or their YouTube or something. But it's a pretty sick PVZ too.
Yeah, this one. Okay. I'll try to cast it as if I don't know what's going to happen. There you go. It's light versus hero, and it is absolutely wild.
Okay.
I know it's a TVZ, so it doesn't have Protoss in it, so unfortunately it's, mostly stuff that I don't know how much you know about ZVT, but even if you don't, even if you've never watched StarCraft ever, this is an exciting game. So.
Okay, so should I? Okay, so I'm gonna go and play the rep.
Yep.
All right, and then we'll do it. Okay.
Yeah. Sounds good to me. I think it's decently long. It's like 20 minutes, so it should be just enough time for them to actually raid the channel.
All right, let me get it pathed correctly. All right, let's do Where is it? Where is it? It's there. It is. I like both of these guys, by the way. Like Light is, for being like one of the most solid Terrans in the world, is also one of the best Protoss in the world. So I totally dig the guy.
I can imagine that. I mean, Flash is literally like the best at like all three. Didn't he get to like 4th or something like that, like round of 4 in season 9 of ASL by being random?
Yeah. Yeah, Flash is definitely the best random in the world.
Fucking wild. He literally, I think it was Snow. He beat Snow in a PvP. I was like, okay.
What are we doing? Oh, looks like we have one more series we're doing.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, let's start this one up then.
All right.
We'll figure it out from there.
All right, so let's go. Let me get StarCraft going. One of my friends whispering me.
You can do it in single player if you want. I'm just watching your watching it on Discord. So
let's do that. All right. Are you Oh, you have my. That's right. You have my Discord on. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have like for this casting stream, I have like 15 hotkeys to manage, which is like 3 times as many as I'm normally using. So, yeah. Okay. All right, here we go. I have it.
All right. So top left, we've got Hero. It's going to be our brown Zerg. And bottom right, we've got Light.
Sorry. Okay. There.
The D&D didn't work also, just so you know, because there was a space in it. And I think you're also in pillar box mode, so the stream is off. Like where the scoreboard is and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Let me, do I have to
Good to get this
out?
Good to get these kinks working. No, you shouldn't. You should just be able to go to video. Go to options.
All right.
And then video.
Oh,
and then
the box of pillars.
There you go.
All right.
Perfect.
Here we go. Okay.
All right. So both players are going to open up standard. I don't remember exactly where they all go, but it's been a while since I've watched this game. But it is again, it's pretty exciting. I can't hear the game in Discord. I don't know if it doesn't really matter though.
Oh, I should probably turn the sound on. That would.
Oh, that's why. Okay, there we go. Yep. And you want to turn music on too?
Sure.
So we can get some of that cool. There we go.
Okay.
So we are on Fighting Spirit. Age-old map. One that I personally veto every single time that it comes up on the ladder. For some crazy reason, it's still there, and I don't know why, but anyway. On our Terran side, we've got a Rax Expand, it looks like. Yep. And then from our Zerg, we've got a 9 pool going down. Or actually, I think that was Overpool. I wasn't paying attention, unfortunately.
I think it was Overpool, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like an overpull.
Yeah,
Into that.
straight for that gas, into speed, or for fast layer, one of the two. More than likely because he's a pro and not, you know, a D-gen like most F-rank players. He's probably going to go for a hatchery first and then go into layer. There it is.
There's your hatch.
Looks like Light is going to be able to see the positioning a little bit first. 6 lings coming up for Hero. We should see a command center going down right about now. There we go. There's that CC. And with those lings coming like that, I would make a bunker here personally. You might not have enough time to get a bunker up, but we'll see what our Terran does here.
Yeah, but Light's been playing Halo with these Marines. He could totally handle this.
Yeah. So he's going to have to split those Zerglings up like that because he doesn't yet have... He doesn't know which location he's at, so he's still trying to find him. But he's going to find him right there. There's that bunker going down, like I was saying. It's nice to do when you know that there's Zerglings coming up because it just gives you that permanent safety. Layer coming up.
2 racks.
And second rack's at 21. Starting that gas as well, right around 340, perfectly timed. Of course, it's perfectly timed. It's fucking Light, but still.
Got a Spire coming out for Hero.
2 hatch Muta going on. Two hatch Muta on this map in particular. I don't know about the spawns because I'm not that well versed with this map, but I know that there's specific spawn locations where Mutas are really, really abusive on this. That's why a lot of people don't like Fighting Spirit, as you know, time's been going on. But
is this spot? Is this the spot on Fighting Spirit where that Light's in, where Artosis constantly complains about like turret placement?
I don't know, to be honest. That's what I was just saying. I don't know which spawning location it is that's like the one that's like absolutely broken, but one of them is. I know that.
Fighting Spirit is such a... When it comes to base logistics, it's such a weird map.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, look at this. We're pushing back the lanes. Just like in PvZ.
Mm-hmm. The big move out going across the map, having that extra, I believe I saw Firebat in there, having that extra Firebat in there really, really is good for going against those lings. And I think we scanned the main, or scanned the natural. So we don't have, there's no sunken going up yet, it looks like. But those mutas are going to be done just in time to push those back, that Marine medic force. It's not quite going to be big enough. Yeah, see, there we go. He turns around, goes back home. It's not quite big enough to be able to do that and pull that off with just a basic stim rush when there's that many mutas. Looks like we got range and +1 started. Turrets going up as well, so those are going to come up just in the nick of time. And +1 flyer attacks coming from Hero as well. So he's going to be leaning into those mutas a little bit. Hero fanning out, just making sure that he can know exactly where that medic marine force is. He can pick off that stray fire bat that was going to he put that there specifically to deny the third. But looks like Hero's got a really good idea of where that medic marine ball is. Just kind of going back home, which is nice. For our Terran, we're still, I think, on 2 racks. Just kind of powering up. Trying to get that big force going. Got some harassment going on. There we go. Bottom there. Trying to see what he can pick off here, kind of going around the edge. Nice turret placement there. Just zoning and just keeping those mutas nice and zoned out. Good glaive there.
Looks like we're bugging out.
Is it bugging?
Oh, like.
Oh, bugging out. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Replacing the hurt ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
And still more mutas coming, so he is going to be leaning really heavy into those mutas and building more turrets. That's the right way to go. Factory coming up for Terran as well. So we might see a Valkyrie coming out here with that 2 racks into that fast factory. Well, not really fast, but that factory timing to me would indicate Valkyrie. And that's a good move when you see this many mutas. Especially if you're good and know how to micro them, because if you're not, just don't worry about Valkyries. You just don't do it. All right. I think this is looking pretty bad for our Terran because they're only mining on 1 base there. All the SCVs have been picked off from the main. Drone count still pretty low for Zerg. I think it's right. I think it's like just the right amount. I don't know the exact amount of drones you want versus units in this case, but it does show that Zerg is up in supply a little bit, which is good. Terran right behind them. Ooh, nice pick off on those mutas. You got about, what, 2 or 3 of them there. That was good. Still more mutas being made, so he's still going to be sitting on those. Yeah, and see, we do see there's the armory coming up to get those Valkyries out. Picking off turrets as best as he can. This is super annoying as Terran. This is one of the worst situations when you've got a clump of mutas just going around in your base, just picking off everything you can do. There's just nothing, you know. It's like, this is the anti-air I was given. Can we not just have this work? I don't understand. Having to lift that CC, that's painful. Okay, so we've got 3 racks. Valkyries started there. And looks like we got big dive here in the front from Zerg. This is looking really, really bad for Light here. That's painful. If I was Zerg, I would just go straight for a 3rd right now. Now that they're so far ahead. Yeah, they're almost matching in worker count too, and that is not where you want to be as a Terran. Oh, looks like the player's paused there. I don't know what you're even supposed to do here as Terran. There's not a ton you can do. I mean, those Valkyries are going to be really helpful with zoning those mutas out. And there's really only mutas there, so I mean, there we go. Good shot off on the Valkyries. That'll definitely soften those mutas.
Okay.
Also, just so you know, I did get a confirmation from Cookie. He's going to be raiding the channel here very shortly. So
cool. So this is
got lurker aspect coming up and speed finally finishing up. Oh, like, it looks like just getting started actually. God, that is just so obnoxious. Finally getting that natural down and then just immediately getting harassed again. But 3 Valkyries, I mean, that can do a lot against that clump of mutas right there.
yeah.
Look how much damage that's going to do. Oh,
Beautiful.
yeah, there we go. Pops 1. The Scourge. Ooh, really, really close miss there at the Scourge. Looks like a big move out from Terran, though. He's going to be pushing across the map just a little bit, trying to zone out, make sure that he can continue to hold his side of the map.
Well, are we gonna get some Overlord kills? Oh yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's always nice.
Mm-hmm. That supply block. Oh, he's got to watch those Scourge. Oh my god. Okay. You have to keep those Valkyries alive. In a situation like this, if you lose those 3 Valkyries, you basically lose the game. It's really, really bad if you lose them. I mean, they are catching back up in supply to one another, and that supply block is definitely helping in Light's favor quite a bit. And this move out, putting pressure onto the Zerg, is a great move as well. But it looks like we see a counterattack going on. Yeah, it looks like counterattack going on by Zerg down there at the bottom. With a bunch of lurkers. And then Light's not even going to care. Light's going straight into the natural there. There we go.
Wow.
He's going to push in on those lurkers.
Base
definitely going to easily push through this. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a base trade situation. And it's really going to come down to who's got more stuff to blow up. But Terran's always got the advantage because they could just lift their structures. Getting on top of production like that, though, is so painful. There's absolutely nothing you can do as far as getting units out of those barracks once there's lurkers on top of it. And Light is continuing to push up into the main. He's going to kill off that hatchery. Looks like there's very, very little left for the Zerg as well. Zerg's got to go someplace, make a hatchery somewhere. He's got to have something. Can you get the panel up at the top left back up? Or is it... Oh, wait, never mind. It's not gone. They're just not building anything. This might be game, but I don't... Oh, there we go. There's that hatchery coming back up. Can we get a shot of the Terran base as well? Just kind of see what's going on in there, all the havoc. Okay, so we're floating buildings here. See, this is what I was talking about. This is always the advantage that Terran has, is they can just float their buildings away. But if Terran can find that hatchery and take it down, it looks like they are moving back down onto the map.
Wait, did the Valkyries see it? They just flew right by it.
Yep, looks like they did. But there's all those... Oh, he's got hold position lurkers right there. That's going to be perfect. He can absolutely just destroy this army. This is going to be... Oh, okay. I thought he was going to have more bio getting hit right there. But he has no detection. Terran has absolutely no detection. Like, there is not a science vessel. There's nothing.
Safe Warfare 101. Have detection.
He's got to be careful to not lose those Valkyries, too, because that's going to be his main source of protection here. But he's got to kill that hatchery. The hatchery is the only thing keeping Zerg alive in this game. If that hatchery falls, the game's over.
We have...
Oh, he's got to back up because, like I said, he doesn't have detection. As soon as those things burrow, there's nothing that Terran can do about it.
So we have 6 workers for Terran, but we're kind of not mining, and it looks like we're bleeding minerals for repairs, too.
Mm-hmm. What do we have back at... yeah, Terran. There we go. Okay. These Lings just slowly blowing everything up. Oh, we've got a single Wraith coming out. Oh, they're stimming in someplace. There we go.
Here.
Oh, trying to get another hatchery. Oh, it just barely doesn't get that lurker. He's got to be really careful with those SCVs too, because he needs those to repair his buildings.
I feel like Terran has the advantage of being able to lift, but I feel like they're kind of the one in the losing position here.
It's very close. It certainly is. I mean, those lurkers... That's the main name of this game, is those lurkers, because the mutas are going to fly around and try to pick off what they can, but if they get into a bad position, those Marines could absolutely take on those mutas, and then Zerg has basically nothing. But as it stands, he's going to split his workers, or split his units. On the left-hand side there, he looks like he's got a couple of units pushing in, trying to kill off. Okay, so we have the Valkyrie and the Wraith putting a little bit of pressure on, so that way it can prevents Hero from mining. That Wraith is just worth its weight in gold right now, because there's nothing that can actually attack. Those lurkers can't attack it. The mutas are the only thing that can.
8 damage. That's the most.
Hero has just enough money to make a single drone. That's it. Mining in the center of the map for light, so you can just get a little bit more money just for repairs. Supply depot as well.
Dying to a unit that does 8 damage like a Wraith does is like being waterboarded with a drop of water on your head and dying. It's like the most annoying.
He's gonna get that fucking Valkyrie. Oh no, he's barely saved that Valkyrie. How much health does that Valk have? Can you click on the Valkyrie real quick? I just want to see how much health it has.
Yeah.
11 health on that Valkyrie.
There we go. And all the rest of our money is going to go into repairing this Valkyrie.
He's got to keep it alive. That's the only thing keeping those mutas from actually ending this game. It looks like 3 structures remain for Terran. We've got an eBay there. His command center, which he doesn't even have enough money to actually build more SCVs. So all the SCVs, which is 2, that's all the Terrans got. And they're low health.
I mean, he could land and start mining and make a comeback economically. That's like the first tutorial mission right there. 2 SCVs and a CZ. Yep.
Looks like standing just within range to actually put some fire on that hatchery. But there's a second hatchery down though too, so there's 2 structures that Terran needs to kill off.
This is
absolutely ridiculous.
This is beautiful.
He's gonna get that hatch.
With 2 Marines.
So now there's just the one up there on the left-hand side. That's all there is. But it's protected by 2 lurkers, so it can't be killed. At least as of right now, because there's no detection for those lurkers. There's no way to kill them.
And the pathing, even if you could get up here and kill these lurkers, the pathing up these ramps before you hit lurker fire is just a nightmare.
Looks like Light's going to land in the middle of the map again one more time, just try to get some more money so he can just keep his units alive that are in the air, keep them repaired. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the other 2 structure, or the eBay, I think, got picked off. So we've only got the command center and then that 1 science facility that's floating over the top of that hatchery. Slow moving that lurker up. Looks like another lurker down there on the bottom as well, right below. He's going to stim into it. Almost gets it. How much health is on that lurker down there on the bottom? So down a little bit. Yeah, right there.
28.
Jeez. Okay. So the only thing I can think to do would be... I mean, he's got to try to push in. There's nothing that he can do. What's that Wraith? What's the deal with the Wraith in the... Oh, those mutas getting way out of position. If those mutas die, it's over. Because those mutas are keeping... So that Wraith is the only thing that can end this game right now for Terran. Because that Wraith can just go over and just shoot and just slowly pick away at that command center. Or sorry, at that hatchery. Oh! Almost gets that. Jesus Christ, I forgot how intense this game is. Yeah, the only thing is, like, Terran just has to stay alive long enough to hopefully have those mutas fly just barely out of position so that they can kill the mutas, and then they win. Because the Wraith can't get hit by those lurkers or the Zerglings. 16 minerals going in. I mean, anything you can get at this point is helpful. Ooh, okay, there we go. Keep the medics together. And putting the medics out in front, that's a really good way too. Just a little bit of a medic wall. Just checking for where those leapfrogging lurkers. I think they just found an overlord up there, yeah. But the story is going to be these leapfrogging lurkers. He's going to just leapfrog them just like tanks. You just slowly push them in. That is so obnoxious. Just gotta get that command center out of there. Okay, there we go. Repairing the Wraith as best he can. Like I said, as long as that Wraith is still in here, that Terran still has a shot as long as that Wraith is still alive. Hey, thank you for the raid. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Hope you all enjoyed. We're gonna have our cast and our thing starting soon here.
As soon as this game's over, we're just watching a game between Hero and Light, and both players are in the most ridiculous base trade situation that you could possibly be in. We're 23 minutes into this game. There's one command center and one hatchery still alive, and Terran is just repairing, just getting minerals just to keep his units alive and repair them. There's no detection whatsoever, so the second these lurkers burrow, that is going to be it. Can we get a shot over at that hatchery really quick and just see if the Terrans... Yeah, so there we go. So that's the Terrans slowly picking away. There's some mutas on the map somewhere. I don't know where they are. But those... Yep, there they are. Those 3 mutas have to find a way to kill that Wraith. But they've got a Valkyrie there, so... But it looks like Zerg is pushing Terran straight into that corner of that base.
This is, again...
It's going to come down to this.
One drop of water at a time, man.
Oh, he's going to lose that Valkyrie. Oh, he's going... Yeah, picking the Wraith over the Valkyrie.
We lost a muta.
Hmm. He's going to go back for it, though. Oh, he's going to...
Does Valkyrie have any upgrades?
Nope. I don't think anything... Oh, he's got +1 air attack. He's going to... Oh my god, that fucking Valkyrie's still alive. Dude, you gotta be kidding me.
This is like...
I told you, it's a crazy-ass game, dude.
Wow. AK, hey, what's up, man? How are you?
Just the
What?
story of this floating command center. Oh shit, if he gets those SCVs. 3 health on that SCV gets out of there. And again, gonna go slow pick on that fucking hatchery.
Oh my god.
Zerg's gotta find a way to kill that command center before that one Wraith kills the hatchery.
Okay, so remember how we were talking earlier about the most busted unit in the game? Most obnoxious unit in the game goes to the Wraith.
Oh, what's going on up at the... What's the top left? Top left. There's something going on.
Oh, we
There
have
we
a
go.
mute
Okay,
up
so
here trying to pick some stuff off.
I think he lost one. I think he lost one of the mutas. He did. I think he lost one of the mutas. What's over a little bit to the left? Oh, that's the other... Yeah, he just has lurkers right now. But if he can... He's got him blocked in super hard. If he can get those lurkers on top of them and kill all that bio off... I mean... Maybe... Well, he's still got a Wraith and that Valkyrie. Yeah, so I think we're going to see game here in just a second because there's absolutely nothing that... Oh, he kills one of the lurkers. That was good. How far is the hatchery? Oh my god, dude.
Most obnoxious unit. 8 freaking damage. Drip. Drip.
The fact that this is light versus hero is absolutely wild. Like, I feel like you'd see stuff like this on ladder or something. He's got to split all those. Oh my god. He just has to keep everything alive. That's all he has to do is keep everything alive. While that hatchery just slowly... Oh, he just killed the last muta. I think that's going to be game. I just heard it pop. Yeah, there's nothing that Terran can do now. Because there's nothing that shoots up. That's it. That's game.
Wow.
Yeah. Crazy, crazy, crazy game. One of my favorites. I'm so glad I found it. I don't even remember where I found this game, but
he waited for the AI GG too. That's awesome.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hats off to both players. That was entertaining.
I told you, it's one of my favorite replays of all time. I just was watching that one night, and I just like was having a few drinks and just watching some replays for the fun of it. And I came up and I happened upon this, and I was just like, "What the actual fuck am I watching right now?"
Oh my god. Okay. All right. So since we got everyone in here, are we ready to do the?
It's fired up.
We ready to do all the fun intro stuff? Let me know if you guys want me to skip the intro stuff, and I'll just kind of skip through it. I
say
know
because you're putting it on YouTube and stuff, I think you should just do it.
All right, well, let's do it then.
Right.
I'm gonna mute our audios.
Sounds good.
No, wait, I'm not gonna mute our audios. But I am going to go and turn off the sound of Brood War. All right, cool.
Fired up.
All right.
Welcome to NSL6.
Terry needs to siege things up. You can't just walk those in there. Okay, does pull back. Oh my god, so many mind breaks and so much damage. Well, never mind about it being a Protoss disaster. Look.
Welcome to NSL6.
Welcome to NSL6.
All right. Well, welcome. Finally, we are here. Without further ado, let me see. Let me make sure my guests. I'm just gonna look. I might have to hold on a second. I might have to get my guest's mic working here.
Well,
sorry,
the
my
mic
guest's cam working.
It's further ado.
Further ado.
Intaro Adun. If I can be so nerdy.
Without further ado. All right. There you are. Oh my goodness, you are.
There we go.
You are a little small.
I am a small person on that screen. Oh. I think if you put the layers for the cameras below that screen, it'll cut out whatever's in the background. You know what I mean? So like put the pictures underneath the layer of the screen you're on.
It doesn't need to be perfect. It just I'm not perfect either. There we go.
That'll work.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. Cool.
He said Deadweight is a DT. At least that's what it
Oh, that's yeah. The first time I actually remember to get an OBS someplace I need to get it to.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So who is our first round up here?
So I know that y'all have seen all of the Love Boat versus Rockets Raiders games, but so there's a little bit of a miscommunication between some of us, so we're just gonna go ahead and do our cast. We were originally gonna do I think, as far as I know, the
7 through 9.
7 through 9 of Rockets Raiders.
Yeah.
And Love Boat. So we're just gonna go ahead and do those games, but we're gonna do our version of it.
Pretty much.
So
to the people that didn't see their games, if they're being casted right now, then there you go. Now you'll get to see a live cast of them. And if you have already seen them, hopefully you appreciate a secondary perspective of people that know a little bit less potentially. I don't know who was casting those, so who knows? Yeah,
and I also don't know if they were just like, oh my god, these are a bunch of T3 noobs. Look at this play. So
yeah, that's true. That is very true. But
I don't know. I didn't watch it. I'd like to think that because I've played. I know Zune a little bit. I like to think that Zune wouldn't do that, but.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have an ode to both Love Snow and Aaron because I am actually taking shots of Jameson. So cheers, everybody watching. Hope you all are having a great night. Can't wait to get this all started off.
All right. So we're going to get the replay going here.
All right. Who we got?
Game 1. Let's see. It looks like we have...
Let's do Lamb. Lamb and Shimmer.
We have Lamb versus Shimmer. All right.
EVZ, one that I'm very not super familiar with.
All right. Let me... Nice. Welcome to the chat, Manor World, and I'm so glad to hear that you're on that good stuff.
What is White Lightning anyway? Is that like a vodka?
I think that's more like a moonshine.
Is it?
Yeah, that's the good stuff.
Oh, I am Deadweight. Well, go ahead. You can introduce yourself.
And so my co-caster here, as he said, is Deadweight. I'm Breeze. We're both T3 Nomers. We kind of just joined CPL and CPL 9, and we recently joined Nom. So we're both pretty new to the team. But so yeah, we're also new to casting too.
We're very new. This is our second cast ever, but it is we both have been studying the game for a long time. So like the studying aspect of it and the overarching knowledge of the game, we've got decently well. But as of right now, as far as the mechanics go, we both need some work. But that's okay. It is what it is. So, but I think are we good to jump in, or what do you?
Yeah, we're
Okay.
I'm just what I'm doing is I'm just getting the scoreboard all situated.
That's the hope, is that we'll be able to be the new duo.
Yes, we would this is I feel like we're kind of like everyone's kind of getting to know us as casters. So
Mm-hmm.
all right, so we're gonna have which team is Lamb playing for? Is Lamb your team, Rockets Raiders?
Yeah. Yep, Lamb's on Rockets Raider.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do okay. And then our friend Shimmer is the Love Boat. Okay, and this is PVZ. I
Yes,
believe.
sir. Or, yep.
Paradiso. Okay. We are ready to go.
Right, perfect. Let's jump into it. We got game 1 going down between Lamb and Shimmer 45. Shimmer is pretty well known in the CPL scene on Paradiso. Let's get it going.
Okay. So in the top left here on Paradiso, we have Lamb. And in the bottom right here, we have our good friend to CPL, Shimmer.
Would you shift tab as well? Just to...
Shift tab?
Yeah, just like twice. There we go. Perfect.
All right.
With the gray and the black, it just gets a little, I've only got 1.5 eyeballs, so it's a little harder for me to determine colors. So, any help I can get is great.
Yeah, I understand. So, so with our Zerg, it looks like we're starting a standard opening with our Zerg, and we're doing a standard opening with Protoss as well.
Assuming, are we going to have Pylon Scout? Looks like. Yep.
Yep. We have a
Yep. Pylon Scout. There we go.
So we have a fast expand opener here out of Lamb. Pretty typical in a PVZ. And from Shimmer, it looks like we're going Overpool.
And it looks like both players are going to be scouting in the opposite directions of where their opponent is. So neither one going to have a crazy huge advantage immediately. I think that probe will probably see... Yeah, the probe's definitely going to see where Shimmer is first, but that's not really a huge deal, considering that they are both going for a standard opening.
Should see a gas coming down shortly for Shimmer. We've got our 10-11 Forge coming down for... so this is a Forge fast expand out of Lamb. So he is... Lamb is going to be able to not only get those cannons up, but they're also going to be able to get that faster +1.
I think we're going to see a 12 hatch here out of Shimmer, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, there it is. 11 hatch, actually.
11 hatch, that makes sense. Overpool into 11 hatch.
All right, perfect. And I like this from both players, especially at tier 3 rank. It's nice to just have safety, right? Like Overpool is the perfect blend of both. You've got just enough to be offensive if you really want to, but you also have enough lings to actually be protected. You also have that faster second, that faster natural, so that way you can also have the economy. Like, it's a really good blend between the two. And same thing with the Forge opener. Like, you have a cannon to keep you protected. You've got your natural starting. He's going to be having a gateway coming up here really soon. And then that will basically just wall off the Zerg. And especially with them being cross spawn, it's really going to turn into a decent macro game, hopefully.
So what we have coming out of Lamb right here is a 13 cannon and a 13 Nexus. So this could be a, and this is a pretty fast gateway too, or pretty mistimed gateway. He may have forgotten to build a probe. But it looks like we could be seeing possibly a +1/+1 Zealot Sayer out of Lamb. This is so far looking pretty in line with a lot of that.
Droning pretty heavy. Macro hatch coming up on the Zerg side of things. And we got an overload on the way, so their supply blocked will not be too hard, which will be great. Natural coming up. So everything's looking pretty standard. We're pretty much just kind of going to be waiting. I like also the fact that Shimmer put those units outside. I know that's kind of standard for a lot of higher end players, but having those lings right there is super, super, super crucial for seeing what the Protoss is doing. Because a lot of Zergs won't do that, and then you'll have like a couple Zealots that'll come across the map, and they're just so pesky. They'll kill off a couple drones, and then really shortly everything just kind of spirals. Another macro hatch coming out of our Zerg player, so we're not going to see a really quick third base, but instead we're going to see a lot of units coming out really quickly. But it's going to be up to them to decide whether they want to go for heavy drones and going to go for more of an economic play or more of a tech play. But it looks like with that extra extractor, I'm assuming tech here, so I'm thinking that they're going to go for some tech builds.
Another question is, could we see a third hatch coming out of Shimmer and then a 5-hatch Hydra play off a 3 base? That's possible.
I mean, it would be possible, yeah. Generally with that, as far as I know from my very limited knowledge of Zerg, you generally want to do your first 3 hatches at expansions, so that way you can get a little bit more gas to kind of field that, and then switch that over into a lurker follow-up. These Zealots going to push out. They're going to push those Zerglings back just a little bit, and I like the fact that we're pulling back here because we don't want to get surrounded by those Lings. Stunken coming up as well. I'm assuming this one right here is going to be an Evo chamber, maybe? Oh, no, okay, we got to rally to the front. Maybe an Evo chamber right here. Oh, Den. Okay.
Okay, maybe this is a 2-base 4-hatch Hydra too.
Yeah, it definitely could be.
Let's see. We have Stargate. I didn't see exactly when this came down, but that looks standard, normal timing-ish, maybe slightly late.
But ultimately, I don't think it's going to cost them too much. You know, because
yeah.
the Spire's still late. Do we have a layer? I don't know if we do or not. I didn't see. No, we don't have a layer yet, so it's not going to be the end of the world. Those Hydras, they're decent at pushing back Corsairs, but you still got to run them all around your base. Like, it's still going to be super annoying, and that Corsair is going to give you the perfect ability to scout. Because right now, Protoss is in the dark. They have no idea what's going on the opposite side of the map. And +1 air attacks coming up. Is that a second? No, it's a Citadel coming up. Okay, for that leg speed.
So
for some reason, I thought it was going to be a second Stargate, and I was like, oh, dang, but...
This does look like we are going to try and go for that +1/+1 Corsair Zealot. But it might not be timed well. It might actually be hitting slightly late by the look of it.
But again, that's, you know, our layer is a little bit late on the Zerg side as well, and we don't have a third base, you know. So ultimately they're both kind of in a decent enough position, but Lamb definitely has the advantage. So even with that being late, they still have both the economic advantage and the supply advantage, because they're both even in workers right now. So, and they're going to have an upgrade advantage as well, because that Forge has been spinning this whole time with 0 pressure, and there's no Evo chamber on the Zerg side. So that +1 for Zealots is definitely very, very helpful.
Lamb kind of poking in, trying to see what's going on at the Zerg base. He sees all this Sim City here.
And more importantly, sees the Den.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's definitely going to, you know... And on top of that, also doesn't see any kind of... you know, there wasn't mutas. I mean, that's not really that big of a thing to worry about right now, but, ooh, Lurker coming up. Okay, that's perfect.
Mm-hmm. We have potential contain coming out of Shimmer here.
Got a Robo that's finishing up. Now, with that, do you think is that for observers or is that for shuttles? I don't really know. I'm not very knowledgeable on PvZ because as a Terran player.
Probably would be for observers.
I mean, I know observers are definitely where you want to go because specifically the lurker threat, but I didn't know if that was something you'd be worried about at this stage or not.
I believe you want to have observers by about 10 minutes or so, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And Storm coming up right on. We should see some Templars started here pretty shortly as well. I'd like to see, because we've only got one gate. I'd like to see another gate or two. I think that'd be a really good add-on.
Yeah, we are kind of late in adding in more gates, but we are kind of trying to tech up and get all the tech we need to deal with the lurkers coming.
Nice. That right there puts Zerg completely in the dark. That's great. That's a great little tiny move out. Because now as Zerg, you're thinking, well, shit, are those zealots coming straight for my base? Are they going to sit out there outside? Because at tier 3, people make decisions like that. Like, maybe at pro levels, it's like, okay, well, obviously it's not a good move to move with 5 zealots and put pressure on. But at tier 3, you don't know. Somebody might do that. And there we go. Legs are done, so we're going to move across the map. And this is going to be decent amount of pressure. I don't think it's definitely not going to end the game or anything like that, but you know, this is going to give map control completely over to Lamb. And Lamb had a really good winning record in CPL. So I think they're going to continue. I don't know. I don't know how they've been doing so far in NSL. That is a lot of Hydras, though. So if those Hydras can get in a good position. Okay, they got to be careful not to get surrounded by those Lings. Okay, there we go. Backing off a little bit.
So it is a lot of Hydra, but this is also Speed Zealots. So Speed Zealots are much better versus Hydras.
Mm-hmm. There we go. There we go. Lamb getting a full scout of what's going on. Yeah. They're going to see that there is no Spire.
We're coming back into the main here. But we are pumping out lots of these guys. So
Garen Amulet on the way, as well as Observer. Is that sight range or is that speed for Observer?
Probably.
I don't think it was speed. That's sight range. Never mind.
Range.
Whatever was building before that, I don't know. I think it was. I think it might have been movement speed, but I don't know. I don't play Protoss, so.
I forget who I heard from, but I believe it's sight range for PVT and speed for PVZ, but I might have the two mixed up. I know that you want one is preferred in one matchup and the other is preferred in the other.
I mean, it's mainly I just don't know what the icons look like. I just ooh, getting out of there just in the nick of time. Those Corsairs didn't lose one of them, which is good.
Yep. I'm catching the
Observer is gonna see. Yeah, that's great. And do we have and that looks like a third base for Lamb, if I'm not mistaken. So we've got a third base already up and running, and then we've got a third base that's, I think, starting to mine for Shimmer, and a fourth base on its way. But Lamb definitely, again, having that economic advantage. Look at the mineral count there. Even though they're even on workers, the supply is, yeah, he's currently upgrading sight range. So, yeah, it must have been speed beforehand. You can get one of these. Ooh, oh, those storms are great, but they are on top of the zealots, but that's okay. Honestly, the damage itself is just going to be great. He's got to pull those back. Okay, there we go. Loses a Templar. Nice snipe there by Shimmer to get both of those Templar. That's really good. Even though he lost all those Hydras, I personally would be a little bit happy just getting both of those Templars out of the way.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 gates right now for Lamb. We want about 8 to 10. Is our magic number. So we're almost at an ideal amount of gateways here.
But as far as I know, I think don't we want in this matchup? I think Zerg is supposed to be ahead in supply and in expansion count, if I'm not mistaken. Because right now it's the other way around.
We're good though. We have a third base up and running and being protected at 12 minutes. So this is a good healthy economy for Lamb here. And I don't really see a particular. It sucks that the Zerg gets a fourth for free, but this is also kind of not a huge, like, this is about where you want to be for both players in this matchup in terms of bases.
Oh, okay. Okay. That makes sense. I'm reading the chat. A decent engagement. Our Protoss player here is going to be able to push these Hydras back and zone them. Those Hydras need to get... I don't think they're going to win that engagement. Well, maybe. Yeah, I think they will, actually. But even still... pushing in with those Lurkers. Oh, that Observer there is going to be a real problem, though. Pushes it back. That's real good. That's going to keep that Lurker alive. Killing off the egg to get some more movement speed.
We need I feel like we need some more goods, and we definitely need some more Templar for this.
Yeah,
also,
right now these
more
Zealots are doing work, though. But, yeah. Right now the Zealots are doing work, but I think here very quickly, yeah, Shimmer already has... He's all the way across the map. Oh, good nice storms there.
Goons, by the way, range goons are actually decent against a non-ridiculous number of Hydras. they're decent in like fending off it. Like this small amount of Hydras get an equal amount of goons or a comparable amount of goons, and it would be decent at fending these off with range. So
well, I'm kind of glad that we're going to be getting into a macro game here, because that's kind of looks like where we're headed. Is because I think Protoss, if I'm not mistaken, based on what I see at 12 o'clock, is that a probe up there or is that an observer up there at 12 o'clock?
12 o'clock we have a probe.
Okay, so we
also have we did have a probe over here at one point as well.
I think it got picked off by, well, there was a drone up there that was like fighting it, but I don't know what the result of that was, to be perfectly honest with you. But so yeah, I think fourth base would be great. You know, with that huge bank there, taking some expansions is going to be really, really clutch. A gateway explosion would be really nice as well to just kind of spend those minerals. So we'll see what our Protoss player decides they want to do with all those minerals.
Yeah, and we're also supply blocked, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us at times, but...
Well, this is not a bad push out here.
No, this is a great engagement for Protoss. This is going to kill off almost all these Hydras. These Hydras have to get out of here right away. Okay, there we go. Pulling those back, saving what he can. Reinforcements coming in from the natural. I like that, moving the middle Hydras out, because I don't think he's even going to lose one. He didn't lose a single Hydra during that whole engagement right there. This one right here, he was probably going to lose a couple at the very least, but there's an overwhelming number of Hydras. The Protoss is going to lose this engagement. They stick. Okay, there we go. They're moving back a little bit. More Templar. A lot of Templar moving in. That's a lot of them. Yeah, those storms. Ooh, brutal.
A lot of storms. Has to pull it back.
Problem though is that there is nothing else. There is nothing left. There's no Zealots. There's no Dragoons. The Zealots are right up there, but the Templar are getting zoned by them. This is a problem. Okay, there we go. Yeah, he's gonna pick even another one off. Really back and forth, crappy game so far. This is great.
I am really impressed at the reaction of the responsiveness of both players. This is really hard to do as Protoss, to just keep up with the engagement like this.
Yeah, it's been really aggressive on both sides. It's been a pretty exciting game so far. I'm actually really enjoying it. There we go. I pull those back. Well, that's okay. Let's see how this goes. This is one of those engagements that I really don't know. Oh, they're on a move command, though. That's rough. Oh, no.
We're holding position here and not fighting back.
They're not even... How are they... I don't think they're even holding position, because they'd be returning fire on those Zerglings. I think they just straight up glitched out. Little harassment there on the fourth base of Protoss, which is great. Those Hydras are going to zone out those Zealots for just a little bit of time. They are going to get taken out. And I think a fifth base here coming down for our Zerg player on the bottom left, which is nice. And a huge move out on the top right-hand side for Zerg as well. Zerg is really putting that pressure on that fourth base, which is great because, I mean, that's... you know, it's and they're cracklings too. You're just gonna burn those buildings down. Good lord, cracklings are broken as shit. Fast they kill that Nexus. That's unbelievable.
That is. Yeah. Wow. More cracklings coming up. I think that we are overproducing storms, and we are not producing enough stuff to protect the storms, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is what it looks like, but you know, I like the idea though. It's like, you know, you see a lot of units coming in, you want to have those high-end units, those high-tech units, and especially because Lamb's really high on gas right now and really low on minerals. I mean, not really low, but you know, comparatively really low based on where each player's been at most of the game. Shimmer keeping those minerals really low, and Shimmer's way up in supply right now, and way up, well, not way up, but actually, yeah, 2 expansions more. I mean, Shimmer is way ahead right now. I really like the position for our Zerg player here.
I do too. I feel like for Protoss in the beginning, we weren't building a lot of probes. We were kind of behind where we needed to be at probes.
Yeah, probe count could be definitely a little bit higher.
And I think so. Like my understanding in PvZ is that for Storm you want 4 to 6, and we were building like 8 Templar. So, but you know what? All that said, our Protoss player here is about to take a nice engagement against this 4th base here.
But no observer though. That observer, there's nothing there to see that lurker. I mean, the lurker's not going to kill all of them. It's not going to be the biggest deal. They're going to kill that whole base off before that lurker is able to kill them. But he's got storms coming up. If you can get those storms on that lurker, that's going to be clutch. I like that, getting the drones out of there as quick as possible. Nice. Decent reaction time and a move out at the same time. Look on the middle of the map. We've got a move out from Zerg as well, putting more pressure on while taking that damage. So good multitasking there from Shimmer.
We got cracklings heading to the natural here.
Looks like a rally point outside the front there. But what do we got going on in the 3rd base for Protoss? Oh, nothing. Okay, they killed it off. But nice lurker, yeah. Oh, if he can get that up there. Oh, God, this is going to suck as Protoss. If he was targeting those drones right there, or those probes right there, that would have been so gnarly. Yeah, there we go, and a GG from our Protoss.
Yeah.
What a good game. That was a really good game from both players. Damn.
I agree. And I like how scrappy this game was, and it really just came down to upgrades and cracklings, which is great. But yeah,
story of just about every race against Zerg.
I do think that I really enjoyed the back and forth of this game.
Yeah, same.
Whoops.
But I mean, ultimately, stream is ending soon. Oh, okay, there we go.
Sorry,
but ultimately, no, you're good. Ultimately, though, it's like Zerg's ahead on supply and they're ahead in bases. And if they're ahead in both of those, there's really not a ton that any player can do. I mean, you don't want to let Zerg get up to those 4 or 5 gases. Like, that's a problem.
Yeah, and I think that once Shimmer double expanded and got that 4th base uncontested for free, I think that's kind of going to start to gradually tilt in his favor.
Yep, that was definitely the tipping point there. So, but ultimately, I mean, that was a really great game. I really enjoyed watching that. Let's go into game 2 now. Let's see what we've got from both these players. Game 2 looks like it's going to be on Sandstorm.
Yes, sir, it is. All right. Okay, and so in the bottom left, we have our Protoss player representing Ruckus Raiders. This is Lamb. And in the top right, representing the Love Boat, we have our good friend to CPL and NSL, Shimmer. And I'm going to go ahead and update the scoreboard here. All right.
Well, we don't see a 4 pool, so there's that.
Yep.
Just to start things off. Expert level analysis. Subscribers, you're welcome.
Yes. We're building a drone on 5. Oh, here we go. That's that. Okay, so this is a interesting position for a pylon. It's forward, but it's also in the main.
Have you played much on this map? It's a really weird one.
It is a really bizarre map. I've played not Sandstorm, but I have played Blue Storm.
Is that what this is the remake of?
Yes, this is the orange remake of Blue Storm.
The orange remake. We seeing... Is this Hatch first out of Shimmer? I didn't see. Yep, Hatch first. There we go. So we're going for a more economic play here.
11 hatch. We're getting
Forge or Gateway? Gateway, there we go.
10 gate.
Okay.
10-11 gate out of Lamb.
Ooh.
Oh, this is fun.
That's a nice response when you see that hatchery first.
Yep. Bringing out the Dentarg build.
Protoss has to be really decisive on that movement, though. Like, if you're going to go 2 hatch against a hatchery first, or sorry, if you're going to go 2 gate against a hatchery first, you need to get that damage done. And I think, and I'd like to see some really decisive play out of them of, okay, I know that I'm ahead in army supply, so I'm just going to push in, kind of a thing. And I like that too, right there, that probe right there. That just shows whether or not it's going to be a 3 base build right off the bat, you know, like a 5 hatchery Hydra kind of a deal.
Mm-hmm. Our first Zealot man.
I think
across
Rev
the
is
map.
a Europe clam because he's from the UK.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and I play on the Europe gateway on Brood War sometimes, and that's where I ran into him, was on that gateway.
I've run into him once or twice, but Zealot's going to get all the way into the base. It's going to see everything. Oh, okay, getting zoned out by those lings, but it does see that there's a lot of lings being made and not a lot of drones being made at that secondary gate, at that secondary hatch, which is a good response, but
I like the pullback behind the minerals here.
yeah, God, that's annoying.
And the lings are just gonna totally ignore the Zealots and run right by. This is one of the risks you run when you do early Zealot aggression, is the Zerg just goes, okay, you're slow, I'm gonna walk right by you.
Basically the embodiment of the phrase, anyway.
Yeah. and
Oh, I'm targeting the pylon! Oh god, that's gonna be so brutal.
This is like a total camo here. Was that your pylon? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh god, this is such a shitty position for Protoss. But those, yeah, doing work with those probes. And where are the Zealots? What are those doing in the main? How many kills that thing have? 2 kills? Okay.
2 kills.
One of those is the thing. So, okay. I think...
So we took out a sunken, it looks like, maybe, and some drones.
Yeah, Zerg is really hurting right here because all those lings could have been drones, and unfortunately they are not. But nice drilling right there, getting that Zealot. Is he gonna get that with only just wasting 1 drone? Oh, okay, 2. Okay. Yeah, this is painful right here for Zerg. But, you know, it is what it is. This is, like I said, this is that decisive play based out of Protoss that I was really wanting to see. Is like, okay, I know I'm ahead in army supply. I know that Zerg is potentially not going to have much, so I'm just going to push across the map and do damage. And it got him that win. There we go. So now we're tied up 1-1.
All right. Nice. GG's all around. All right. So
What a crazy game. Both these games have been sick.
You know what? I was worried there for Lamb for a second with that Ling run by, because man.
Same, but Zealots are just so powerful. That's literally what I was talking to you about at the beginning of this cast. Is like Zealots are just so ridiculously OP. Like everybody talks about Lings being the most overpowered. They are the most overpowered at high level
when they're fully upgraded. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't even say that. Like I'm talking about the early game. Like at high level, Lings are king. Right, because they're fastest. That means that they can pick their engagements. If you know what you're doing, you can get in, kill some workers, and then run out, do whatever you want. But at lower levels, where you don't have that level of control, and you don't have potentially don't have the knowledge to know when it's best to engage with them or not, Zealots are just so fucking good. Because one Zealot's worth 3 Marines, for instance, in a TVP. You know, and so.
That's true, but 3 Zerglings can take out 1 Zealot. So
very true.
In PvZ, even at lower levels, because like I play in like F and E rank, and I see plenty of Zergs that have that level of link control to hold off early Zealots. The thing is that it's a trade-off. It's a balancing act. If you really want to break Zerg with early Zealots, you kind of have to stay on Zealots a lot longer than you're going to wind up being comfortable doing as Protoss.
And doing that 2-gate build just like that.
Yeah. 10-11 gate, I will say this because I've done a few different builds. 10-11 gate, I think, is one of my favorite 2-gate builds. It is very similar to 10-12 gate, but in order to get that gate out right at 11, you're kind of foregoing the scouting, and instead you're ecoing to get that second gate out a little quicker. And the nice thing about it is that your Zealots come out just slightly faster, which is nice. It's a nice build.
Well, I suppose we'll see what happens here in game number 3. We're going to go into Lamb versus Shimmer, game 3, a tiebreaker, and it's going to be on Retro.
All right.
See what we got.
All right. So in the bottom left on Retro, representing Rockets Raiders, we have none other than Lamb. And in bottom right, we have on the team with the most love in NSL this season, the Love Boat. It is Shimmer. Sorry, I need to practice my metal vocals. Anyway.
I have yet to play against Lamb, actually. I kind of want to, but I mean, they had a really, really good winning record in the CPL. Like, I don't think they even lost a single one, as far as I'm understanding. The opposite win record that I had.
I'll have to double check. I remember them. I seem to remember them having like maybe a 60 or 70% win record, but I have to double check for sure.
Well, again, the only thing that I can say and see is that we don't have a proxy gate and we don't have a 4-pool. So everything looking pretty standard so far from your friendly neighborhood Terran player's perspective.
Got another fast expand opener coming out of Lamb. Is it going to be a forge or a gateway? Looks like it's probably going to be a forge. That'd be my guess.
I don't know, with that double scout though, it could be a gate. Oh no, it is a forge. Okay. I didn't know if he was going to scout with that other one too.
I would, but there you go. No, he's not going to scout. That's all right. He doesn't. It's nice to double scout and get that information quicker, but
yep. An overpool again out of Shimmer, which is nice. Like I said, my girlfriend right now is currently learning how to play Zerg. The build that me and her coach are just kind of driving home towards, like every game, just overpool. It's just one of the safest builds you can do at this level. It's just, you got the defense, you've got the offense, you've got the economy. I mean, it's just a really, really good overall build. And then Nexus coming down for our Protoss as well before Gateway, it looks like.
At
So
13. So yep, looks like we're doing that. This by the way, when you do a Forge fast expand, there's like 4 different Forge fast expand openers to do, and what we're seeing out of LAM is the standard overpool response to Forge fast expand, which is 13 Nexus, 13 Cannon. And a 13 Gateway. That's a really fast Gateway. Again, I think he did it like 13 or 14 in game 1. So this is like a Flash version of this build, which is kind of cool. I like it.
got those the move out of the 6 lings. Okay.
Yep. The cannon.
See, but this is what I was saying. If that cannon wasn't there, like if the Protoss messed up in any way, there it is. There's your power of overpool. I know, obviously, at the higher level, that's not going to be something that's missed. But at these levels, people sometimes do that. They'll build a Forge, and they'll build their Gateway, they'll build their Nexus, they'll build all these things, but they forget a cannon. It happens.
So we saw the 6 lings, and so we're building a second cannon out of Protoss. That is a good way to go. We're building a macro hatch again for Zerg. It looks like we're probably gonna see the same play, I would guess, out of Shimmer with the 4 hatches, 2 base into Hydra. It worked really well for him for game 1. I mean, why not?
No, I agree.
We got, I would say probably about 30 seconds from now-ish is probably, like, if you're building everything timely, is the ideal Stargate timing. Like right about, when I drop it, it's usually like at the ideal timing, it's about like 445, 450 or so.
I really need to spend my time playing Protoss a little bit more and just kind of learning these builds, because Protoss versus Zerg and Protoss versus Protoss are probably the 2 matchups that I know the absolute least about.
Protoss versus Zerg, of the two of all the matchups, I feel like this is probably the hardest one to learn as Protoss.
I think it's just the hardest in general, personally, because you can die so easy. Like in Zerg versus Terran, I mean, you can die easily as well. I would say that one's the second hardest matchup. But PvZ, I mean, shit. Like if you don't place your buildings correct, 6 lings can just kill you, just instantly kill you.
And if you don't place them in the right order, like those 6 links can kill you.
Back there, that Overlord is really nice. Stargate coming down. I like that Overlord. The fact that it's just sitting at the natural base of Protoss. That's great. I mean, that just gives you a little bit of even if it doesn't give you a ton of intel, it's comforting almost. That's the best way to describe it. It's like if you like having a knowledge of what your opponent's doing and where they're doing things and yada yada yada. Like it just feels good, you know. Anyway,
we got some good SimCity again coming out of Shimmer here. This is looking really zealot proof. We got a Citadel coming again out of LAM. Building a cannon at both of our Nexi to protect them in case mutas decide to come. I don't think they will, but it's generally not a bad precaution if you're unsure what's going on. Manor World in the chat has just said that scouting Hydra and Muter Tech is very important. It's worth putting an extra probe out. For the timing scout, we didn't actually see. I don't believe we actually saw like a probe out looking for gas or anything this game. But It does look like we are going to see that same build out of Shimmer, where we're kind of go into Hydra Lurker crackling.
And he did see that Hydralisk dead when he poked in with those Zealots, but honestly, this is the main one as far as the things that I personally like with this matchup is just scouting with that Corsair. Using Zealots and using Corsairs to go through and check the base. It's really nice because let's say there is a Spire and there is that aggression going on from Zerg. You'll see that by either the Mutas attacking your Corsairs, or you'll see that by your Scourge hitting the Corsairs. And if you don't have the APM to be constantly checking up on the Corsairs, that gives you the knowledge of, oh shit, I can't push in there with Corsairs. I need to make sure that I'm macroing at home. I need to make sure that I'm protected, because that's a big thing. Like, if you're macroing it perfectly, then great. Like, you can, or sorry, not macroing, but microing it perfectly, great. You can run the Corsairs out of there, it gives you great scout. Okay, so Hydra's coming in here.
So we have.
I think that's enough.
Zealot
I think
speed
those
is
Zealots
done.
are enough. Yeah, that's definitely enough to push those Hydras back for sure.
1+1 ground and +1 air is also going to be done. Storm is also going to be done. This is
Really good for Lamb.
The timing of just getting all these upgrades out is amazing.
No, this is looking really good for Lamb. He's way ahead in supply. He's way ahead. Well, I wouldn't say way ahead in supply, but he's ahead in supply, ahead in workers, ahead in money, ahead in APM, ahead in unit. I mean, it's literally looking great all the way across the board.
I would say effectively his APM is.
Ooh, we're gonna lose those Corsairs. That's painful. And that's gonna lose those. I don't think he's gonna get that. Okay, good. Good pull back there. I don't think he's gonna take that fight.
I would say effectively the APMs are pretty comparable. That's just my opinion. I mean.
No, you're totally right. You're totally right. I mean, it's honestly at this level, it's the APM really doesn't matter. It's your decision making.
Right.
Your decision making is the most important thing when you have below 300 APM. Really.
And I've played at both of those, so I've personally noticed there's not a huge difference in the two of them. So we got some more Corsairs out, kind of scouting to see what's going on.
Is that a third base coming up for Shimmer? Third
yes.
base for Shimmer, and a third base down there for Lamb. So Shimmer needs to get another base, because as far as I understand, and like I said this last game, or game before this, or whatever. But as far as I understand, Zerg basically always wants to be one expansion ahead of their opponent. If they're one expansion ahead, then it's basically a little bit Zerg favored for a while until their opponent gets another one. Like, it basically pushes their opponent to get another one, but it's not game ending. If they have two bases above you, that's game ending, as far as I understand.
So this may not entirely be a bad thing out of Lamb. It looks like we're seeing
Yeah, Manor doesn't have much army supply. I mean, really, or not Manor. Jesus Christ, Lamb. Manor said it, but Lamb is the one playing. Lamb does not have much army supply, but
he's starting to build it.
Or neither does Shimmer. I mean, they're really close.
Shimmer has more army than Lamb does because. Zerg army, these Hydras are all one supply each, whereas each of these Zealots and High Templar, these are all two each. So
that's fair.
This is all Lamb has, pretty much.
That's fair. I don't play either of these races, so things like that, I kind of just miss them, unfortunately. Okay, well, counterattack here.
Nice.
By Lamb, and I don't know. I think he's going to pick off at least one, but Shimmer is going to pick off these pros, a couple of them at least. I think this base is going to go down.
Yeah.
I think this base is going to go down. Oh, he's gonna get all those probes. Oh my god. Look at that plummet, down to 30 probes right now. Shimmer up by over 18 probes. Oh no, 20, almost 20 probes now. Sorry, 20 workers, whatever the word is, I don't know.
I mean, you know, Lamb does have a decent army to deal with what Shimmer's got here, but I feel like losing this third, isn't this kind of GG for our Protoss, unfortunately?
It's definitely not a comfortable situation. That is for absolute sure. And I don't think Protoss does have observers. I think this is his first one popping right now. Which means that those lurkers would be a problem, continuing on through the game.
Yep.
And Shimmer hasn't really taken much damage at all. I think Shimmer might take this.
Yeah, you know, he's been kind of just allowed to turtle, and look, I wonder if Shimmer's going to be allowed to take another free 4th base again.
That's what it looks like in the top right. Is that an Overlord or is that a drone in the top right?
That is a drone.
Yeah, that's a drone. So yeah, he's going to take another. He's going to take another base as soon as his APM is going to allow him. And the second that he takes that, that's going to be bad news bears, because that's going to be 4 gases, and that's when Zerg, no matter what race you're playing, 4 gases, 5 gases as a Zerg, that's when they start to get real fucking scary. And the Protoss now knocked down onto 2 bases. This hurts. This hurts from the Protoss perspective, you know.
Protoss needs to, and they're doing exactly what they need to do. They need to get that third back up and running ASAP. They have been reconstituting their army numbers, so you can see by the supplies that Protoss does have a better army now, but can they come back from this?
I don't know about that one, to be honest with you. I think that we're looking at a Shimmer victory here. I don't want to call it too early, but I think we're looking at a Shimmer victory. Like, I mean, these Zealots are doing great, and this Storm is great, and honestly, like, you know, Lamb's not 100% out of this yet, because that 4th base hasn't started yet for Shimmer. If it doesn't start and Lamb pushes across the map and Shimmer doesn't have what he needs at home to protect it, it could swing back to Lamb's favor. But as of right now, it's looking very... Oh, well, I mean, he's pushing way across right now. A lot of Shimmer's units are spread out, which is unfortunate. But that could be due to rally points, things like that. And he's going to push straight in. He's going to push right in here. Okay, so we got the drone drill. Oh, no, I thought that was a drone drill. I was like, oh, okay.
He's got to be careful here. He doesn't want to overextend this push and throw himself back again. He looks like he's trying to head for the 3rd instead. I almost feel like maybe it would be better if Lamb stayed back and macroed up and tried to get a nice death ball going.
I would like to... Oh, beautiful Storm. Look at that. Oh, 8 kills on that Templar. Jesus, that's about as good as you can fucking get. And there we go. And then picking off those Hydras, keeping them against the wall like that. That's great. These are the engagements he needs to get him back in this game. I think we're going to see... Oh, no, maybe... You know, honestly, I would kind of do the same thing in Shimmer's perspective. It's like, okay, well, these 3 Hydras, they're probably going to die anyway. Might as well just soften the Zealots. It's like, just get them to do whatever damage they can. You know what I mean?
Shimmer is really just fortifying his bases here. I don't think Lamb is going to get anything done with what little he has.
Yeah, I don't know. This is... You know, what originally started... Well, I mean, Lamb's still ahead. I think we're at a point where it's a little bit anybody's game, because I don't think... None of the players are mined out.
True.
Protoss is on the 3rd base. We don't have a 4th base coming up yet for Zerg. And Hydras are really efficient against this composition.
Beautiful.
Oh, but that Storm! Oh my god!
Wow.
Oh god, that's brutal as fuck. We need more zealots coming in. If there's reinforcements coming in, which I think there is on the left. Oh no, the
Oh my
storm
gosh.
killing their units. Oh. All right, well here we go. Coming back in with even more zealots coming in to reinforce. And I think these zealots, yeah, if these drones don't, oh well, damn. Well, yeah, I guess he holds. Okay. Well, there we go. More zealots coming in from our Protoss. Man, this is back and forth as fuck. It was in first and second game too, but even this one, this is very, very back and forth.
So what we've done is Lamb basically we've kind of in a way kept ourselves in the game by balancing out our low worker count with 9 gateways producing this entire time.
Ooh, that's a lot of storm coming out right there.
9 storm coming out. And it looks like we're now just starting to get our probes going back again. So with any luck, maybe we'll see a 4th coming out of Lamb here.
And where are we at in upgrades?
We're at 1 attack, 2
1-2
armor.
Okay. And what are we at for Zerg?
We are at 2-2 for Zerg.
Okay. Okay.
So not bad for upgrades. Nice push out here.
All right, so Lamb is going to take that lead right there with the middle of the map. Lamb is going to have full map control. I mean, Lamb can do whatever they want. And we need to get a storm right on top of this. If he gets a storm right here, that's storm. Oh, good storm. Okay, there we go. And another one. We need another one. There we go. Nice storm right there. That was great.
But the High Templar pickoff, not what you want to see. There we go. We got an Archon coming.
Yeah, I think it's going to get picked off before it's done. Yep, there we go. Yep, he's going to lose both those. But, man, this is so back and forth. It's wild. I don't even know who's ahead right now, to be honest with you. I mean, I guess Protoss is kind of, because they have 3 base versus just 3 from the Zerg.
I agree. Where are my Dragoons? We've lost so many Zealots. Surely we should see some Dragoons.
I don't think it matters. I honestly don't. I think right now with the composition... Hold on, sorry. Let me finish eating my chip.
Yeah, they're not... Well, now that the Cracklings are coming out, the Dragoons aren't going to make a difference.
Well, unfortunately now with Adrenal out, and then on the top right, we can see that Shimmer is taking that 4th base, which is going to put them ahead. And in the middle of the map... Oh, he's going to take out that one. Oh, that's painful as hell.
Oh, bummer. Yeah.
Cracklings are just so broken. And I think we might see a GG out of our Protoss, but he put up a damn good fight. What a game. That was great.
Yeah.
Like, really, I mean, honestly, that was a great, great game from both players.
This is a great ZVP build out of Shimmer too. This Hydra Lurker into Crackling late game, just beautiful.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay, we finally have some Dragoons, but I think it's too little too late at this point.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a GG here just about any time out of our Protoss.
We've got...
Which is okay, you know, because he's mined out. You know, there's not much he can do, but he put up a damn good fight. Like, really. This was an excellent game.
Yes. Very
yeah,
well
those
played on
Cracklings
both
are
sides.
just going to pick off all those units. Those 2 Dragoons going to go down. Shimmer on those 4 bases, moving out up to secure even the top left, putting pressure up onto the 3rd base even of Lamb, and he's definitely going to pick that off because there's not much here. Oh, he's going to get the probes too with those lings. Yeah, this got to be there. It is. GG. What a game.
Wow.
What a game.
Okay, so we have from this game 2-1 Shimmer. Well played from both players. My gosh. That was
intense. That was very intense. Oh shit, I'm sitting here like cuddling my bottle.
You know what? After watching game 1 and game 3, I'd be cuddling something too. That was intense, man. That was a nail biter.
Yeah, no, that was a real good game. But all of them, all three of them, those were fucking fantastic.
I liked
Cheers, chat.
the play out of Lamb as well in game 2. Cheers, cheers all around.
All right, so I think the next series we're going to go into, I know I saw Mick Terran's name on there. I don't know who they're facing or who he's facing, though, but Mick Terran's a good buddy of mine. He's a good dude. I think, if I'm not 100, Mick Terran... Oh, he's out of French Canada.
Mm-hmm.
French Canada.
So
Mick versus Tech. Okay, so we got a Protoss versus Terran. There we go. One that we both know what we're talking about.
Okay, so we have Mick Terran, and I don't know how to pronounce his name. It's like
I don't know. Tech Japu. Let's just go with Tech for right now.
I like Tech.
And if they're in the chat, they'll message us. If not, then they'll let us know afterwards, and we can figure it out from there.
So I like Tech too. Tech is easy. So is Tech's on your team, correct?
No. Oh wait, actually, I don't know. Let me double check. I think Mick's on my team.
I've played both players. I agree. Mick is a great dude.
I play him all the time, just on like personal games and stuff, and we're constantly in the NSL chat, bullshitting and doing whatever. Let's see.
Tech. I have played one PvP against Tech.
Tech is on my team. So Tech is on Rocket Raiders.
Okay. Oh, I didn't change the map last series. Whoops. All right. Well, we'll do that this series.
Game 1's gonna be on Paradiso. It's like it was in the last one, but still. We've got a Terran versus Protoss. Let's get into it.
All right.
One that I don't have to sit and talk out of my ass about. You can go ahead. We've got good. Looks like the screen's still black.
There we go.
All right.
Sorry, guys.
So top left looks like we've got my good friend Mike Terran. I don't actually know how he wants to pronounce it. And in the top right, we've got Tech. I'm not going to try the rest of the name because I'm just not going to. So we've got Tech in the top right. Both players. Let's see here in just a second if we're going to see an 8-Rax play. I don't think we're going to. No, we're not.
Yeah.
Doesn't surprise me. Mixed, very much a standard player, which is great. I think we're going to see a good macro game out of both these players.
Got a decently timed 8 pylon out of Tech here.
There we go. I like that with the Sim City for the barracks on the left hand side of that for the the little bit of a, I don't know what you want to call it, but it's a Sim City where you can move your Marines in and out of it.
Tech is going to get the late scout on our Terran, unfortunately.
Is that late?
Yeah, so Protoss is
going
never mind, counterclockwise.
Yeah, never mind. Sorry, I take that back. Because you get the, obviously, pylon scout, but for some reason I thought you meant like it was a... Never mind. Doesn't matter. We've got... okay, gateway, and then... Alright. Got 12 gas.
We should be seeing a scout coming out of Terran. There we go.
13 scout is great. If you're really worried and it's a 2-player map, you can do a 10 scout, but it's... Even that is like... 13's usually best.
Yeah.
Yeah, There we go. And Terran's actually going to scout our Protoss first, and our Protoss is going to scout our Terran last. So this is good.
Yep. Good for the Terran, that's for sure.
Yep. They're going to go up in there. They're going to see that it's a standard build. A standard 1-gate Cyber Core. What's that? Is it the second pylon? Yep. Okay. We really got to watch where that third pylon is as Terran. Obviously, that we're watching the match, we know where we know where that hidden probe is, but got to make sure that we see the third pylon go down, and we're not seeing some proxy fucking DT play, some shit like that. It's usually nice to kind of scout around into there to see if you can see when that range is starting, but, for him, he's going to just save that. Actually, it looks like you might just kind of have them all in a shift command.
So it looks like we may have a 21 Nexus out of our Protoss here. That would be my guess as to what we're seeing.
And if I know Mick at all, we're going to see Vulture expand. He very much likes to go into
23 Nexus.
He very much likes to go into 1 of 2, where he does Vulture expand, or Vulture. Sorry, I should say 9 times out of 10 he goes into Vulture expand, but he doesn't even do a Vulture. Okay, he goes straight into factory, or I go straight into machine shop. Jesus Christ! Maybe I should stop drinking. Holy shit!
So is this going to be just a siege expand out of Mick?
Yep, that's what it looks like. Can you hide the Terran vision really quick?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's a little too late now. I just want to see if... Okay, so we don't know yet if it's an expansion.
Correct.
You can also click on their name. There we go. All right. Go ahead and click on McTerran's name. But there we go. Now we got the confirmation of the expansion. Okay. Because you really want to make sure that whether it's 2-gate or not. Or, sorry, Jesus Christ! I promise you, I've not had that much. We want to really check if it's 2-factory or not 2-gate.
So,
it is 2-gate.
So are we instead going a 29 Nexus out of tech? We still haven't had one drop yet. I'm guessing we're probably doing a 29. Which is nice. The 29, if we do that, yep, it looks like we're doing that. Oh, no, that's a goon. That will give us a little bit more goons to harass the bunker with.
Alright, so right now we're just kind of at a little bit of a stalemate. Tech needs to take that expansion. There we go. Taking that expansion. And Mick, where are we at with factory count versus...
We're on
we
one
got
factory.
We're one factory. No armory yet as well. Do we have an engineering bay? Any kind of... Okay.
No.
But good repair going off. I mean, you want to make sure that those repairs... Okay, there we go. Here's the harassment from the tank. This is a big deal. If you can snipe that tank, that's a huge deal. Okay, there we go. It backs off. Okay. Because sniping that tank, that's a massive, massive fucking advantage for our Protoss.
We have 5 new goons now in position to pressure this bunker.
Mm-hmm. This is more than enough. 4 goons, 2 shot a tank.
Yeah.
And here we go. He's going to dive in right now. He needs to get that repair. Get the repair. Get the repair. Get the repair. Get the repair. Oh my god!
He's gonna lose it.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Okay, he's going to lose it. He's going to lose it. Okay, if he can hold this off with SCVs and Marines, this is big. Okay, pull him back. Pull him back. Oh my god. Okay. We got the 2 tanks. I think a third one is about to pop. Oh, siege mode's about to finish too. If he siege on the high ground, that'll push him back. He needs to block the ramp with those SCVs. He needs to block them right now. Let's block it right the fuck now. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Perfect. The siege mode's going to push it back.
Excellent goon control out of tech here.
I like that one pushing forward to try to pick off that. Oh, but he loses the goon. If he had kept it a little further back and just picked off that extra SCV, that would have been nice. Taking a little bit extra damage than he needs to, but I like the repair coming out of Mick Terran, and those siege tanks, just worth their weight in gold. That is absolutely phenomenal. So we got a couple more. Looks like goons coming down. Do we have an engineering bay yet? Do we have an engineering bay or academy?
No.
Oh man, this is a gamble. This is a huge gamble because, I mean, if the Protoss decides that they want to go into DTs, that's going to be a big problem. I mean, there is the observer right there. If our Terran player saw that observer, that's great because they'll know that that can't possibly be DTs. They'd be popping out right now at the very least. But if they didn't, that's a gamble. But either way, we're going to go ahead and stabilize. Mick is definitely going to be able to keep it. Engineering bay coming up. Let's see, where are we at? Observer. Okay, 3-gate observer. All right. Well, that's going to be a standard game from both.
It's 8 minutes in, and we don't have a third for Protoss.
I was just about to say the same thing.
But we are spending a lot of our focus pressuring this natural. So there's a little bit of a trade-off here at the lower levels.
I mean, just keeping a couple right outside, like they're doing right now, that's great. Just keep like that much, just right there. That's enough. Spread them out, leave them there, and then take your third. You know, like nice and safe. You know exactly when the Terran's going to pressure out, and if the Terran wants to do any damage whatsoever, they have to siege, which means that's going to waste 15 seconds of time. You can just pull straight back and then just stop again. If the Terran wants to do any damage again, they then have to siege again, you know, and you just kind of leave them delayed over and over and over again while you macro your way all the way up. Okay. Citadel of the Dune coming up.
And Forge. And we're going up to 6th gate. Off 2 base. This is the maximum you can sustain off of 2 base with the most ideal economy is 8 gateways. So we are going to be pushing the upper limits of production here for tech.
And Mick is just on, I think, still just on 2 factories. So he's really going to want to get more factories going on. Mick usually favors going that 6-factory timing push. Things are a little bit late, so this is going to be a little bit painful for our Terran player because Protoss is just going to start to get ahead here. It's just going to kind of snowball. I mean, generally, you know, you both players are really going to want to have a third by this point, but in particular, if you let Protoss just sit there, they're going to power up, and you really got to be careful at that point.
The observer here for Protoss really paying off.
Yep.
Going
I
up
didn't even
to
see
4th
that.
fact. We've got our third coming down here right now. So Protoss is getting to where they want to be. They want the observer in there. They want the production advantage, and they want the base camp.
Map hack. Correction. Map hack, not just observer. Sorry, but am I salty in a TVP situation? A little bit. But yes, you're totally right. Not to undermine everything you just said. And I like that Vulture run by. I mean, obviously with that observer right there, that's gonna but there we go. He's gonna keep those Dragoons back, and he's gonna be able to get a little bit of map control, which he desperately needs right now. He's gonna get that scouting off, see if the third's going up. He saw a couple cannons and backed off, but I think he saw that the Nexus was going up. He knows there isn't a 4th base at the very least. If there's a 4th going up, see, he's going to check the other ones. If there's a 4th going up right now, you know you're behind. Thankfully, there isn't a 4th, and that they're about neck and neck.
Mm-hmm. They're going to be Terran is going to be caught up and momentarily here once they get the third in position and up and running.
And I see one of the upgrades for Terran is about to finish. I think that's +1. I don't think that's +2 for Terran. I'm not 100% on that one. And I think we're about to get +1 finishing up for Protoss as well.
We're still on 6 gates. We have we're basically all but teching up to Arbiter on 3 base. So we're getting kind of a nice standard build out of Protoss here.
Protoss is getting way ahead in supply and in worker count. And on that 4 base, that's painful from the Terran perspective. Ooh! Oh, we just missed that, but I think that one mine just got 3 goons. Oh, I think it just got 3 more. Oh, man. I have to say, it is literally my ringtone on my phone. Hearing Dragoons pop to a fucking spider mine is the most satisfying thing. Look at Mick's position, though. I like that. He's got literally a mine at every base that Protoss can take. He knows exactly where they're expanding to. Pushing around even into the hidden ones, and I think he's got a third that's about to start, just about any second. Mick's looking really good here. If Protoss doesn't push their advantage right now, Mick's going to start to explode in a really good way for Terran.
Frost building Arbiter out of 2 gateways here. We've got Stasis and Force upgrading, that's pretty normal. And we've got, what upgrades are we at right now? We're upgrading +1 right now.
We got 1-0 on the Terran side, which is okay. That's good.
So we're gonna be...
Terran is still ahead in upgrades. That's the main thing here, is that, well, Protoss, I think, +2 is just about to finish with weapons. And we need... Oh, no, sorry. Never mind. No, not +2. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so Terran is going to be... assuming Protoss keeps the upgrades going consistently, Terran is going to be slightly ahead.
But that's good. That's what Terran wants to be, because it's not... It keeps the game even. Yeah. You know, like, Protoss usually has the macro advantage. They have the advantage of being able to rebuild their army super, super fast. So if Terran has the upgrade advantage, but they're even in supply, or even to where the Terran is just barely below, that'll definitely help. Well, okay. Well, we don't know what the Terran scanned there, but I would assume, yeah, it picked off that mine. So Terran definitely knows, and I think it's picking off that next mine there too, down at the what is that? Yeah, there we go. So Terran definitely at least knows that they are behind. Not by a ton, but they are still behind. They want to definitely try to secure their 4th base right away. That probe count, though, looking real good, and the money itself just looking real good for tech. How many gates do we have to now? Can you zoom out just a little bit?
8 gateways right now.
8 gates, all right.
8 gates in 1 base. Okay, so we're trying to scan here and here. It looks like for Terran, we're trying to see if Protoss is expanding to another main and adding that crippling gateway count in.
I mean, honestly, in this position, personally, what I'm the most scared about is whether I'm behind and whether Protoss has a hidden base. Like, what Protoss has right now, you can look at and say, well, I'm a little bit behind, but they can't push into me. Right? Like, I've got a huge advantage as far as the defender's advantage. I've got a 3rd base up in mining. I've got enough to afford what I need to. I've got science vessels to combat against arbiters. I've got plenty of tanks. I've got plenty of mines. It'd be nice to see just a little bit more mines out there in front of the army. But at the same time, Protoss doesn't have a hidden base. Now look at the money count for Protoss. Like, from the Terran perspective, you're expecting that at this point. You're expecting multiple bases coming up. So the fact that that isn't happening, Mick is in a decent spot. Like, they're both about to max out. Like, this is a really, really even game. Tech definitely could have the advantage if they had a little bit more APM and a little bit more focused strategy. But it's really... Oh, recall. We just missed a recall. Into the natural. Natural.
Beautiful recall into the natural. Good eye.
I don't know about this one. I don't know about this recall because it's going to be picked up. Watch this. Oh, they're going to get splattered. Oh, damn it. He didn't target those Dragoons, but that's okay. I hope he does. Okay. Well, we blew up another tank or two. Oh. That blue goo. Just beautiful. Anyway.
That was not the worst recall. That was actually not bad. We got some supply depots taken out, I'm assuming that's what these were. And we totally got some workers, managed to blow up some tanks too.
But
we do
the
have
main thing that we
carriers
have
on
to
the way,
look
though.
at. Oh, I didn't actually see that.
We
Yeah,
have
you're right.
carriers coming for Protoss.
The main thing with that, yeah, is that this is the big switch, right? When Protoss decides that they want to switch over into carriers, this is when they're the most vulnerable because they're spending the most amount of money on that. But this is high vulture, low tank. Can you move over just a little bit to the left? Sorry. You're good. Good. Oh, never mind. So there's all the tanks. Okay. Okay. And Tech's just gonna GG. All right.
I think Tech probably looked and saw the upgrades, and he saw this huge mech push, and he looked and he's like, I just don't have the production to fight this. This is just gonna annihilate me. I think that's where that GG came from. But
I don't see.
He had a worker advantage. They're about even in supply, and he has tons of money to burn. So
I also don't see any Goliaths for our Terran. I mean, I see a couple. But you need a lot, right?
yeah.
I think that what would have happened is in this scenario is that Terran would have pushed in, and those carriers would have just started to go to town on the army. And I think our Protoss player, unless they made the perfect decisions, may have survived for another 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then they probably would have GG'd again. So I think that Tech made a good decision to just GG and just move on to the next map.
Yeah. And I don't disagree, because you know what? I've tapped out in similar conditions, because what I'm doing as Protoss is I'm looking at how much of my army is dying. I'm looking at my production. And I know that I'm basically waiting 30 seconds for anything to build. That's a long time to wait with this army pushing.
But look
away.
look at Tech's economy. Like, that is fucking good. 69 workers, 6,000 minerals, 3 grand in the bank. Like, that's good. That's a good fucking economy off of 4 bases. So well done from both players again.
Yep.
This was a good game.
This just came down to just losing everything to the mech push. I feel like this is, I mean, as Protoss, this, when you see this coming your way, this is pretty terrifying. You know, it's like, okay, it's over. I can't hold back no matter what I do.
If they had a little bit more carriers, or like if they were going to go for a carrier switch like a little bit ago, would have been perfect. If not, sticking with that Gateway Man type build and then going for, like, I don't know, Templars or something, that would have been perfect. But either way, I mean, honestly, it was a great play from both players. I think it was a really well, evenly matched game, you know? And I think that's the most important for this particular tournament, is how well and how evenly matched things are. The screen is completely black.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Hold on. I'm trying to go to here. There we go. All right. That's all right. I'll figure out the scores next game.
There we go. Hello.
So
hello.
That was a good game one. I think that you know, I've done that a lot too. I invest a lot in that initial harass, and then next thing I know, it's like 8-9 minutes, and I haven't even built my third yet. So that's kind of that's a hard position to be in this matchup when you're playing as Protoss.
Yeah, and as Terran, when you see that, when you see some weakness when it comes to that, you just straight up a move across the map. Like Protoss versus Terran is very much either Protoss is way ahead or they're way behind. There's really no in between. Like Protoss is either like getting a fourth and potentially a fifth base and teching to arbiters or carriers or whatever the fuck they're doing. And then Terran is looking at that and being like, well, shit, I'm taking my third base, and I think if I get a good engage and I have good upgrades, then maybe I can compete. Like, that's basically how it is. Or you can do your scans and be like, oh, shit, they got supply blocked like 4 or 5 times, which means that I'm ahead in supply. 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, just right across the map.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. All right. So we are 1-0.
Heading into game 2.
Heading into game 2. Yeah, that just came down to kind of a bad mid-game engage, which, you know, it's as scary as the Protoss army gets when it builds up, you know, you can lose it just as quickly if you're not careful. So it looks like we are lights out for game 2. And making sure everything else is good. Awesome. Everything else is looking good. Okay. Beautiful.
All right. Let's go into game number 2.
All right.
Right. So it looks like in tech.
Yep.
Hey, there we go. Hey, still black.
There you go. Sorry, my hotkeys are being...
All right, there you go.
Weird.
No, you're good. Bottom left, we got tech. And in the top right-hand side, we've got none other than Mick Terran.
Mick playing
What map
for
is this again?
the Love Boat. Lights out. Tech playing for Rockets Raiders.
Is this the remake of there's a remake of a really old map, and I don't remember what it is on here. I mean, those are mostly all old remakes, but Circuit Breaker, that's the one. Circuit Breaker.
You know, it's funny. People say Circuit Breaker. To me, this feels like the 4-base version of Fighting Spirit.
That's what Circuit Breaker is. Circuit Breaker had so many fucking expansions, so much money, that it just, like, it led to some of the more ridiculous... Yeah, go ahead and reveal it.
But I mean, like, look at this.
Yeah,
this is
that's Circuit Breaker.
This is straight... even this middle here, this is like Fighting Spirit with 4 bases.
Is there high ground? Is it all high ground in the middle?
This is low ground.
The middle of the map. There we go. All right, well, it is high ground. This looks like... no, this isn't Circuit Breaker. This looks like fucking... not Lost Temple, something Temple. Shakura's Temple.
Shakura's, yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, I could see Circuit Breaker 2. That was also like a really standard 4-player map.
Circuit Breaker had... Yeah, Circuit Breaker had the big wide open middle where everything was just completely flat ground, but it had so many bases. Yeah, it's like Fighting Spirit with extra 4 bases without the middle base, yeah. Because like that's how Circuit Breakers was. There was just so many bases. But anyway.
You know, that last game, I feel like at Attack, I feel like we kind of expanded a little late too. We invested a little too much in the early goon pressure. But that's like, I'm not 100% sure I feel about that. That's just kind of in retrospect. I wonder if maybe we focused a little too much in that and we didn't expand quick enough.
Yeah, I can see that a little bit. Looks like our Terran's going to go for a factory expand as well, and our Protoss is going to go for a core, more than likely core expand, or a range expand, I think.
Yeah, no, so far we're doing...
Very standard from both sides.
Yeah. So, 21, 23, and 29 Nexus are all 1 gate range expand. They're varying versions of it. This looks like this is going to be a 2 gate. A 2 gate range expand. With like the second gate being built on like 18, which is very bizarre. Although again, I also I think I kind of like that Tech is not doing any build orders that I'm familiar with.
I like this early depot or this early bunker. How many Marines do we have inside the bunker?
3 Marines at 4 minutes.
Okay, here we go. Honestly, 2 would be fine here, but it is what it is.
We are doing.
There's not really a way to know, you know.
So we are rallying goons, waiting for our range to finish. Again, dropping our Nexus at like 30, which is
very late expansion there from our Protoss.
I like 30 better than I like 32 last game, but yeah, still kind of late.
I mean,
33.
the Terran's expansion's almost already done. That's the only thing. And I like Mick bringing those extra SCVs, because obviously, like, if you're a pro, you're gonna time it out and you're gonna move those SCVs over based on however many goons you see. But I like bringing the extra one for this reason right here, because he knows that a 4th one is on the way, and you want 1 SCV to 1 Dragoon, and that will keep your bunker at regular health. Like, oh shit, it's repair. Okay, god damn. And that siege one's finishing in clutch time, and a nice pullback from our Protoss, perfectly timed. I mean, he did lose a goon, but that's okay. He still pulled back at the perfect time.
So what we have here, we still are on 1 factory, kind of securing our natural here. With Protoss, we are starting a delayed robotics because we went for some of the 2 gate goon early pressure here, and we're just rallying goons. It looks like, which is
that's fine. That's annoying as
bad.
Shit for Terran.
Oh no,
it's so annoying.
We are now using these defensively, possibly in case there's any drops or just to defend.
But like, that's the thing, is that like all those goons, those goons are really just anti-tank bullshit. Like, I mean, a couple of vultures can squeak by because they're just faster than the goons, but if you have so many goons just sitting outside the front, you have to mass up tanks. You don't have a choice. You just can't push out with anything else.
So we're getting, we've got our engineering bay, and we're also getting an academy, and we're getting our second factory here at Terran. Protoss, we are going up to 4 gates and getting obs. And our second gas.
I would say that as soon as Terran gets about like maybe between 6 and 8 tanks is when we're going to see a move out. Because that's usually right around the time that Terran is going to want to take their 3rd. Because we need that 3rd gas to really get ahead in the tank count. Once you've got a 3rd gas, you can really start to push out using tanks and science vessel support with a lot of vultures and some Goliaths. And that's when things start to get real serious from the Terran perspective versus the Protoss perspective. And usually that happens, like, if your macro is absolutely perfect, like I'm saying, like flash and light level perfect, usually that's going to happen around, like, 8:30, maybe 9 minutes. In this situation, I'm assuming we're going to see it maybe around 10 minutes out of our Terran, which is fine, but... that's what you really, really want to see. And we definitely want to see a third base by now. It's 8 minutes. That's exactly when we want to see... Oh, we got a black screen.
Oh, sorry.
Or I did, at least. There we go. But around 8 minutes is when we definitely want to see it out of our Protoss player. But they're attacking real heavy. I mean, they're going real heavy into units.
Kind of doing 50-50, 2 goons and 2 zealots. We've got our zealot speed and our forge, and we're getting our third right at about 8:45 or so.
Nick's looking really good in this one though, because like if they're just starting their third right here, well, the tank count's a little low. I'd like to see one more factory. And I definitely would like to see all of the factories blinking. But it is what it is. They're
like
both doing...
I like the
Yeah, that's a really good line.
Here.
Yeah, that's sick. That is pretty good.
And I like it here too. Mick securing these high ground mine positions. Excellent.
Yeah, this very much looks like a Shakura's Temple remake. Ooh, going into that third. Okay, well, he's going to see it. I don't think that it's going to do much damage. I think that Protoss is going to see it, and they're going to react.
They are. We have some goons coming up here. This will... He's kind of... I don't know. For me, it'd be annoying, although I would imagine for... more experienced T3 Protoss is kind of like, yeah, whatever.
Oh! Generally, when that happens, you want to get as many mines down as you can, specifically to route that particular type of harassment. What have we got from Protoss that's right outside of the Terran base? A couple Dragoons. Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like Nick is trying to push this Dragoon contain back. Ooh.
God, that's annoying.
Probably not the best time to land your system. I'm not an expert.
I mean, he's gonna be fine if he can get some tanks over there. It's the... Yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's in the air or whether it's landed. Dragoons are gonna do the same damage against it. It's just more of... Oh!
So the RSVs are gonna get picked off or back.
Oh.
But nice job delaying the third from Protoss.
Yep. Oh, agreed.
We are on currently 5 gateways. And we have 6 gateways, and we have Stargate coming. And we have a third base. I like this a lot better. I like getting our third base before filling in the 6 gateways.
Well, Terran is a little bit behind right now. I mean, you're not feeling great as Terran. Like,
No.
you need that third base up, right? And it's being repaired, but it's not up. You need it like fully saturated. You want to be ahead in supply count and in worker count. I mean, he's 4 workers ahead, but they're both completely even in supply count. I think Protoss is about to take a 4th, if I'm not mistaken, with that top left. What's that one on the top left?
Yep, we are.
Yep, he's about to take a 4th. And that's, you know, that's right around where you're like kind of even if Protoss isn't like ahead. I don't know. We'll see what happens here, but I like this position so far for our Protoss. Now, that is a lot of tanks, though. Like, that is a shit ton of tanks.
Yeah. And they have
And I'd
+1
like...
now.
And they need +2, and they need to be moving out with those vultures in the top left. Whatever those vultures are doing in the left, right there, then we need to have tanks. We need to make sure everything is together, and you push out with what you have, because those tanks are fucking terrifying. From the Protoss perspective, at least, as far as I understand.
This is annoying from the Protoss.
Oh, yeah.
This is definitely
I can't believe he's going to bust through here. Oh, man. Oh, he's going to go. Go, 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 go. Oh, my God, go. Go, 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 go.
Okay, we are getting an object.
Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go. Good job, good job. Okay, you realized it a little bit late. Oh, I thought there was going to be vulture. Or I thought there was going to be probes up there, but it's okay. If we gotta hope one of those, couple of those mines hit.
We are going to clear this, but it is a little bit annoying that you see like just these little quick speed demons here, you know.
Oh, and Tech thought they're dead. Tech thought they were gone. He missed those too.
Yep.
Those are going to do a lot of damage to probes here a little bit later.
I don't know. He does have cannons here. These may actually hold off these two.
But if you go way up top, like that's out of range. If you go way up top.
Right, but these like if he moves these vultures in range to attack these probes, I think these cannons will make quick.
They will. But if you go all the way up top and you cut around straight to the left and then a tiny bit down, right there, right there, that's perfect.
Then they're
right
out
where
of
your
range,
cursor was.
right in here.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah,
and that's where you want to be as vultures. You want to have them as far away from their ramp and where they can rally in units, because you can just pick off as much as you want.
So we're just kind of clearing mines right now. We are still Terran in a really strong position. We have a third base fully mined. We're grabbing our fourth. And just look at the supply and this tank count, and we have 2-1. This is just this is a nightmare.
It's great for Terran. This is great for Terran. But you also have to utilize this. I mean, if you just sit there as Terran, it's not really going to do you good. This move out right here, this is what Mick needs. This is what he needs to be able to secure this game. He's got to be able to move out on the middle map, take his area, take his zones. Oh, this siege is going to be great. Oh, yeah, look at that. Blast down just 2 Dragoons, and then pushing out with the other units. Siege those tanks right there. Yeah, this is great. Don't overextend, though. Okay, good. Backed off. We got carriers coming up. Okay. I missed that tech switch to carriers. But we need Goliaths.
3 Stargates.
That's great. That's what you want. 3 Stargate into carrier. With that 4... does he have a 4 gas? No, he only has 3 gas.
Not yet. He needs to build like another pylon like here and then build some cannons like here. I feel like.
I don't know. Those carriers can definitely protect you because that's not a ton of Goliaths. They're a decent amount. I honestly missed it, unfortunately, whether or not Mick scanned whether carriers were on the way or not. But in case everyone's curious, he definitely knows now.
I believe these have +1 as well.
I don't know, to be honest. Nice EMP there. It takes out all the shields of everything. Unfortunately, there isn't any Goliaths to back that up, so you just, yep, there we go, just get picked off. And it's going to come through. Those carriers are just going to, there we go, back off at this point. You're just going to lose tanks right now. Our French-Canadian player pulling back as hard as he can with some Goliaths reinforcing. And that's going to make these carriers back off, which is great. This is what he needs to get back into this game. He's got 4 bases mining, and our Protoss has 4, which means that if he can keep this advantage, and he can just keep these Goliaths coming out, keep just maintaining the area that he has, he's going to stay in this game.
Speed Zealots coming in, I think, as an answer to the Terran's Goliaths here, which is not a bad response. I don't dislike this army comp here at all.
Yeah, but look at that. Oh, man. It's a great position. He needs to keep those tanks moving out so you can put pressure onto that top left-hand base.
That is a lot of Goliaths. I don't think...
Does he have range, though? No, he doesn't have range. He needs to have Goliath range. That's very, very crucial. It's easy to miss, to be perfectly honest with you, because Goliath range is literally just like... It's one of those that you don't realize whether you have or you don't, unless you really think about it. But that's what our Terran player is missing right here.
Okay, so we have taken this out. And we are taking a 5th base up here. This is not a bad move from the Terran. Oh, I'm sorry, and a 6th base as well. A nice little...
Ooh, a nice double expand.
$70 workers into this game from our Terran. Just about 70 workers. Looks like those carriers are going to take out the tanks up here. I would think. Maybe they're just going to sit there. But Mick also coming in here, taking out the Protoss 3rd with these Goliaths. He just patiently took out all 4 of these cannons, and now this is just easy pickings, it looks like.
That's definitely what it looks like, but I mean, yeah, those Goliaths are just going to do so much damage against those probes. Look at that probe count, just decimated, back down to 35 probes, and even going down further, 33, 32 probes. Oh my god, that is just so fucking low. But then again, I mean, Tech has a gas count of 3,700, and our Terran only has a gas count of 180 as far as their banks go. So Protoss is still in this. I mean, they very much still are in this, even with losing that base. You know, like, this is very much a scrappy game. And what are we up to as far as the carrier count? You want to just control click on them? Here you go. Yeah, that is so much. That is such an unbelievable amount of carriers. 10 carriers. You get to 11 carriers and get like an arbiter with them, or even get to like 12 with an arbiter. It's just so fucking broken. You can just one-shot whatever you want. Okay, well, he loses one there to those Goliaths. But I don't know how much it's going to matter. Terran is going to sit and try to fight as much as they can, but Protoss can just one-shot command centers at this point. You know?
And these carriers are going to be even on upgrades with these Goliaths here shortly.
Oof. Even more brutal, honestly. Yeah, there we go. Just targeting out. See, and that's what Protoss has to do. Like, as much as Terran is sitting here trying to like mass up Goliaths and just do as much damage as they can, they need to pull back. Like, that's what I've found in this circumstance. Is just like, okay, this base is officially lost. If I waste 6 Goliaths trying to save it, I'm just going to waste 6 Goliaths. Versus, like, if I pull them back and I keep them in my main, I can use those 6 Goliaths plus whatever else that I maintain to keep this back. And yeah, I lost a command center, but I didn't lose my fighting force to back this off, so it's a little bit of a trade, but yeah. This is a very, very hard position. 11 carriers or 10 carriers is just so ridiculously overpowered. But Mick is still fighting. I mean, he's fighting that good fight. He's trying. He really, really needs to get Goliath range. That range is the big one. If he had gotten range a while back, God, those Goliaths, they'd be hitting those carriers right now. They'd be doing so much damage. It's just unfortunate, but, you know, it is what it is. It's, like I said, it's easy to forget.
And you know what? As broken as they may be sometimes, carriers as Protoss is not the easiest of switches. It does require a lot more micro and a lot more attention from the Protoss. So our Protoss player here is...
The only thing I have to say to that as a counter is look at the money and the supply.
It may look easy, but it is most certainly not easy, and it does actually put, like, just doing the switch, if you're not good with it, it will put you in the vulnerable position as Protoss. So we have some really, really solid carrier play just coming out of tech here. We have some more carriers moving down here.
Oh, man.
Trying to take out this expansion here.
Use another Stargate. Just pump out 4 of them at a time. Fuck it. And that range is just really costing him, unfortunately. And I don't want to sit here and like really drive that home, but that is the big catalyst in this game.
That
especially
honestly,
against carriers.
That lack of that upgrade, I think that might have actually cost him the game.
No, 100%.
It's just 100%. The way it's going. This would have been a complete 180 if he had that.
I don't know about a complete 180, but he definitely would have been able to fight it. And I think it's, you know, and I think Mick, even watching this, is going to be kicking himself and just looking at it and being like, God damn it, you know, if I just have range. Because Goliaths will be hitting those carriers right now. Right there. Those Goliaths could be hitting those carriers. Not just their you know, it's very unfortunate. All right. Well, I'm gonna go hit the head while we're finishing up this game. So I'll be back in just a minute.
All right. Yeah, this is not looking good for our Terran player, unfortunately. We have we are supply blocked as Terran. Tech just very methodically just taking out these expansions here. A lot of scans going down. I have a hard time telling exactly where they're going, or are we just throwing down scan energy? I mean, I don't think Mick would just waste scan energy like that. So I'm not really sure of what we were looking for, but trying to counterattack this third here, trying to do some additional damage onto the Protoss economy, and also I guess try and save this base down here on the bottom right. Meanwhile, our Protoss is just, they've cleared out this third and they are able to go into the Terran main uncontested, taking out the Terran supply and upgrades and some of their production. Tech really just trying to supply block our opponent here. Look at all these depots just gone. So I shouldn't say our opponent. Our Terran player here. This is I will say this though for Mick, Mick is definitely fighting this game out. But, you know, with all this production dropping, whatever they can build out of it, it's not going to be as much. Looks like the carriers are coming back home to defend this, to pick off this counterattack here from the Terran. Terran has managed to push into the Protoss natural. And Protoss needs to be careful, you know. A move like this, they could be, you know, they're not entirely safe either. Nice, okay. So we've got a base coming up here in the top left again for our Protoss player. Looks like we are going to try and focus our attention back down here in the bottom right. We do have more firepower with these carriers than we had before. This is basically like our base destroyer right here. And also, we have... we're just transferring probes up here to the top left.
All right. What did I miss here? So
So
we got. Oh man, he's gonna lose that command center too. Damn.
So basically, what our Protoss managed to do is our Protoss managed to push in here, just totally decimate our Terran's production, and Terran has managed to rebuild some factories here, but they've
I think it's too little, too late. If this is where we're at on this minimap,
yeah.
with how many workers and everything else, those carriers. I mean, just carriers are basically their own base by themselves.
Certainly at this point, yeah.
That's just how you got to look at them. Like, if you have a 2-base Protoss versus a 2-base Terran, but the Protoss has a couple of carriers, they win. And that's definitely what we're seeing unfold here, unfortunately for Mick. It's slow death, but I don't see this going in the way of our Terran player.
Yeah, he's been trying to fight it out as best he could, but yeah, this has just been very, very, very slowly. not working out for him.
Yep.
I do appreciate that he is fighting it out as best he can.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
This is
Yeah, and there it goes. That's
this is a base killer. This is
Yep.
just a straight up
This
base
has
killer.
gotta be game here very quickly. This is demoralizing because as a Protoss, as a Terran, you just look at it and you're like, I was ahead. What the fuck? You know? So frustrating to play against carriers like this where they're just worth so much. 25 kills on one,
Well,
15 on another, 9 on another, like it's
24.
Just, oh my God.
And well, it's like we were saying earlier, you know, the Goliath range that would have
I would have reduced that carrier count.
potentially shifted the tide back into where the Terran's comfortable.
Yep.
Potentially.
I think we're gonna see a GG here. We gotta see a GG here sometime. So yeah, there it goes.
Yeah.
Scam. Yeah, as soon as he loses these raids, that's it.
Yeah. This is
Oh, do we still not have range? We still don't have range for Goliaths. It's alright. I mean, it happens. It's just that is very.
I think
painful.
at this point Mick has realized the error and he's just trying to like this Wraith counterplay is like he's just trying to make do. We've got it.
Oh. Oh man. God, I feel for my boy, dude. This is rough. Man, he's doing his best.
On one
there it is,
pace in 30
GG.
minutes. GG. Well fought from Mick. That was a fight. All right.
Agreed. I know that Tech is technically my boy because he's in my team, but Mick is my boy because he's my friend. God damn, I feel for them both. All right, well, as I stated to you during Discord, I have to go to bed, unfortunately. I've got work in like 4 hours, so.
All right.
I'm sorry. I would like to stay and hang out, but we started an hour and a half later than we were gonna.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you dropping by, and I appreciate the cast, man. It was fun casting with you today.
Yeah, I agree. Let's next weekend we can hopefully we can work it out with Cookie and whoever else. We can get it going earlier and get the time frame way we need it to be. But yeah, sorry to ditch you. I really really feel bad, but. Anyway, I'll see you next week, and if not, I'll definitely see you during this week, and we'll play some games or do whatever. And to everybody watching, thank you so much, and continue on. See y'all later.
Thanks, man. Take care.
See you.
Okay, there it goes. All right. So we got game 3 now here coming up. All right. Top left, we have our Protoss player representing my co-caster's team, Rockets Raiders. This is Tech. And in the bottom left, representing the Love Boat, the loviest team of NSL6, this is McTarran. And wow, is that an early scout from our Protoss. That was like a 5-6 scout. That was just an early scout. It almost makes me wonder what Tech is going to be up to this game. So we've got our 8 pylon. That's basically what you do almost no matter what. The gateway coming down on 10. Are we gonna see some 2-gate zealot play? Is that why we're scouting?
Hey, what's up, Breeze?
Hey, how are you?
Hope you don't mind if I come jump in here with you.
Sure. Who is this? Hold on. I'm not on Discord. Oh, there you go. How are you, AK? There we go. Okay. Can you see the game?
This is AK.
Awesome. Glad to have you here.
Good, brother, man. I think you got yourself muted on Discord. Would you mind unmuting? And I'm just watching from the Discord, so I figured I'd help you cast the rest.
Do I? Am I? Hello?
Since, our man Deadweight had to go to bed. I don't blame him.
I don't think I'm muted. Can you hear me? Let me,
Like, I hear you on the Twitch, but the Discord one seems muted for some reason. Let's see. Okay, no, there we go.
Alright.
We're good now. We're good. Alright, sorry to interrupt your stream there.
Oh, you're good. You know what? This is a surprise. I appreciate the surprise, man.
Oh, the pleasure's all mine, my friend. Thanks for letting me hop in. I appreciate
Absolutely.
your tenacity. So we're in game 3 here, it looks like. Me, Terran versus Tech. And it looks like... What map is this that they chose for game 3?
This looks like retro to me.
Oh, okay. So starting map for week 1, they chose to go in this one. Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Possum Wizard, thank you for the follow, my friend. Okay. So my scores and everything are all messed up. But
Oh, that's alright. Honestly, these games got casted already this morning, but I know you guys were just down to recast them, so...
this is okay, we have
I
a
have
Citadel.
already seen these games, but I'll pretend like I haven't.
Are we gonna get a DT coming out of our Protoss here with the Citadel? And there's our
Oh,
Templar Archives.
with the Templar, you might have called it. Which has definitely got to be it with the Templar Archive. Sometimes if they just do the Citadel, it could just be like a Speedling or Speed Zealot type of push, but with the Templar Archives, it's almost 100% DTs, like you said.
And we have no detection. Oh, okay, it's coming.
Ooh, there's the eBay. Alright, setting up a turret in the main, it looks like. Now, I don't even know, I didn't see his SCV, I don't think it got in to spot that, because I believe the Protoss was blocking his ramp, so... He's just kind of setting up for it, which is good, because he noticed there wasn't a Nexus, so that's probably what tipped him off to start putting up the turrets.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that SCV gonna get in? Oh, it doesn't! Dude, that's great for Protoss, honestly. They're still a little bit in the dark here.
Isn't that kind of like what Terran would expect if you don't see a Nexus and you see units walling
Definitely.
ramp?
Right. I would 100% go for DT or Proxy Reaver, it could actually be as well. Sometimes, once in a while, I've seen like a Proxy Gate type of play, and it's just a heavy goon push, but that's pretty rare, so... Oh, he does come in here with his army looking to bust that bunker.
Took out the turret. Beautiful.
That was nice, taking out that turret. That's the detection for that whole area, pretty much.
Yep.
And here comes the DTs, man.
We busted off the door lock, and now we can just walk right in the door, huh?
Oh man. I've already seen this and I'm still like worried. Oh my gosh.
Losing this number of goons is dicey. Oh, oh!
Oh my
Oh,
god,
man.
look at that, right? Like he
Wow.
got the finishes, but the tank's blowing up. And now he's scrambling to get up the ramp, and this turret just not. Oh my god, they just slipped right by it, just barely. I can't believe that.
What am I seeing?
Man, I have had this happen to me, like where you almost get the turrets up, but then you still like take massive damage to the DTs. Always feels bad. So this is great damage from Tech, really. Yeah, just forcing more turrets from the Terran is great with the only the 2 DTs, really. This has done massive damage, so.
It
Oh, he's got
doesn't
a
take
third and
much.
fourth. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's another tank! Oh, this has gone bad.
Yeah, we just got some
Getting
free worker
double
kills here for our
kills.
Protoss player.
Right, and it's not over. It's still going.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
another. And another.
Oh.
Go for the CC. Okay, we have mines. We have mines from Terran. Possible we're gonna be okay. Yeah, that's a very scary moment, right? That definitely could have been game ending right then and there, but Meek Terran does do a good job of holding it off for now. Now, how do you feel like Protoss is in? How do you feel like Protoss positioned for you being a Protoss player? Like, how do you feel about this situation?
You know, well, no, he's Tech's doing what he's been doing pretty consistently, getting that third up at around this time, this 8:45 mark. But you know what? Consistently in these games, I feel like we're getting a late natural than what I would be comfortable with, and
You know, you're right. That is something I've noticed as well.
and consequently, probably a slightly later third than we would want to see.
Right, just I think due to the fact of Tech's play style, I know he likes to play aggressive with the 2-gate openers, which we've seen in the last 2 games. And then this game he did the DT opener, so I mean that's why obviously it's delayed, but you're absolutely right. That third is quite later than if you were doing a standard play. But I feel like he got a fair amount of damage done. Like I feel like the game is kind of evened out actually.
But I don't dislike his aggressive playstyle because there's been so many games where I played standard and I wind up playing blind because just of my bad observer control.
I know what you mean, man.
So
yeah, I do like his style. Like it's definitely really hard to fight against, and it puts on that early aggression. Like even just attacking the bunker early on, it forces the Terran to repair, which is using minerals that he doesn't want to be using. And stuff like that, so it definitely has its advantages.
yeah,
I see a lot of ladder Protoss actually do that same opener, so.
and we are even in workers, and we're in a good spot supply wise. I feel like too. So this is not bad.
Right. I feel like the game state is fairly even, but that being said, that's never really a good situation for Protoss, right? Like they want to be ahead of the Terran. But
We have a DT drone here.
Oh my god. DT round 2, here we go. Oh, one turret down, the other one down. He's only got scans now. Is he gonna get on top of the tank? Oh, he kills the tank!
Oh,
I'd say that was good damage, honestly. That was not bad, right?
that was not bad at all. He got 2 turrets.
These two are a really good match. And the fact that we're in game 3 and we had a really epic second game there. I like these two matchups. I'd like to see a rematch in the future, honestly. So yeah, good job from Tech, just kind of maintaining the map control, kind of keeping Terran from just moving out right away. I like that.
Really pinning Terran down on 2 bases too.
Exactly. It looks like he does have the 3rd Nexus done, so once he gets that up and running, he should be even better spot. But I'm a little afraid that maybe it's taken a little bit too long. I feel like if he had got that done a little bit earlier, he could have had a little bit more gateway counts right now. But we'll see how that comes into play. I mean, Terran doesn't have all that much himself either right now, so.
That is kind of an interesting balance when you do this aggressive style like this. You know,
Good point. Now we do see a shuttle coming out. Look like he's going for that shuttle style play where you do the Zealot bombs. Oh, Terran moving out here. We're going to see a big engagement here. Oh, he drops a Zealot on the tank, kills one right away, and another goes down to the splash damage. Oh, and a 3rd tank goes down. Oh, he kills all the tanks. Oh my god. That was a nice play from Tech right there. Does he have enough though to fight this Terran army? This is still a fair amount of units.
It doesn't look like it. It looks like he is just starting to fire up the macro he needs.
Yeah, I'm starting to get worried for the Protoss position here. I feel like if Terran gets that contain, he's going to be in big trouble.
We are about even in supply, but it's important to note this is almost all probes.
That's true. That is very true. It is nice he has that probe count, but like you said, he also needs the army to fight off this Terran army. If he can stop the reinforcements from coming in, that would be huge, but this map, the pathing is actually so hard to like walk around on, in my experience. It kind of forces you to go that way unless you babysit your units to go all the way around.
Yeah.
Otherwise you run into this choke area right here, and it's really hard to fight through.
I think that if I was looking at a point where I think we should have macroed up a little bit sooner, it may have been, you know, forego that DT drop with the 3 DTs and instead take the 3rd macro.
Sure.
But you know, it's hindsight's 2020. You're just kind of
right. I feel you, man.
Terran getting a nice contain here with these tanks outside the natural.
This is so strong position. Nice micro there with the tanks targeting down those goons. Unfortunately for the Protoss, he's losing most of his army there.
And we don't have the army production that we need to respond to this. I think this totally backfired.
Oh, man. It was looking so good at the start, wasn't it?
It was like, what?
Yeah, I think Nick's Terran, his macro just was really good this game. And maybe just the fact that Tech maybe took that 3rd a little bit too late, wasn't able to keep up on the macro, unfortunately. So here we are in this position. He's definitely trying to break it. If he can, it would be great for him. But as all Protoss knows, it's super hard to break a Terran contain.
Oh man, it's super hard to break Terran mech tank.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yep, I think we got GG coming here any minute.
Oh man, did Meek do it? I think he did. What a series though, huh?
Indeed, yeah. What a series. Just really scrappy series from both sides.
Yeah, no kidding. I really would like to see a rematch in the future because I think this was a really good set so far. And when you get a game 3, it's always, you know, somewhat of a good set. So yeah, nice idea with the DTs. That can definitely clear up so much army, but unfortunately, just isn't going to be enough. So well played, both players.
Well
GG.
played. Well played. Nice. All right, GG's. What a series, man.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Okay, Possum Wizard, my friend. Thank you for the follow. So apparently someone's mic is not mixed. Whose mic is only coming out of one headphone? Is it mine or is it my co-host? My guest co-host.
Oh, if it's me,
Because
I
it could be.
apologize.
Let me see. Let me see what I got going on here in Streamlabs. I'm not using OBS, by the way.
I might have heard a change right then. Did that do it? Hopefully that did it.
Okay. So yeah, so the way it's set up, it's my mic is coming out of my headphone. So it's I see what you say. There it is, down mix to mono. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, cool. There you go. I see what you're. Okay, so now we got the mic coming out of both headphones. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think that fixed it.
Okay, so we got Throne of Bone versus oh boy, it's home for me. We're going to the Burr house today.
Yeah, good old Throne of Bone, one of our fellow CPL teammates.
Indeed,
from CPL 9.
indeed.
And I had the pleasure of being on your team as well, that same CPL.
I believe he was voted the most improved T3 in our team.
Oh, is that right? That's awesome.
I believe so.
I could second that. You were tier 2 last season?
I was 3.
Oh, really?
Although several have said I could have been 2.
Okay.
So
I just had in my mind you were tier 2 for some reason. Right on.
All right.
Always good to see more players. Go ahead, my friend.
All right. Well, thank you. So in the top left, from Rockets Raiders, we have the Bone of Throne.
Nice.
And in the bottom right, representing the loviest team in NSL, the Love Boat, we have Burr House.
Nice. Well said, my friend. Well said. So once again, I have seen these replays since Cookie Master, Zun, and Ozzy the Hockey were casting these earlier today. But I'm still happy to keep on casting these with you. So I'll let you continue going on, and I'll just pretend like I haven't seen it. And we'll just play cast.
So I can't tell. I believe this is an overpull opener out of our Zerg.
I think so too.
Ooh, a 10,
Spicy.
12 gate.
Alright. So, now as a Protoss, I honestly don't know the little different variations between a 10-12 and say like a double 9-9.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so, like what's the difference? I mean, maybe not a lot, but...
So a double...
sorry.
a 9-9 gateways. I'm sorry. So a 9-9 gateway, you are that's kind of like like one of the cheesiest of cheesy zealot all-ins.
Gotcha.
You're just getting them out ASAP.
Huh.
A 10-12 gate is kind of like a 10-11 gate, but with a scout thrown in.
Okay, okay. A little bit more economic too, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, he almost got that probe. Like, that almost got stuck right there, which would have been very nice for the Zerg. Oh, he does get the probe! Oh, gosh. Wow.
10-12 gate though in PvZ, because I've studied Stork's, some of Stork's, one of Stork's vids.
Okay.
This was the old standard in PvZ.
Oh, interesting. Very nice. Very old school, where they would just go, like, a lot of one base plays you'd see a lot back in the day.
Yeah. So this, if it's what I'm thinking, it's basically going to be the predecessor to the fast expand.
Nice, nice. Right on. So far, we do have 3 hatcheries for Zerg. No gas. Is that going to be a 4th? Looks like he is throwing down a 4th at the natural. Okay, 4 hatchery before gas.
Is this going to be a 4-hatch Hydra play?
Now, I have not seen Zerg actually scout the fact that it is 2 gateway, and these Lings look like they have missed the Zealots, so he's going to be a bit surprised here when they are getting right into his base now. I think he's actually starting to lose some drones. Oh, he lost one.
Yeah. Yeah, we got 2 coming here right in his base, and we have more reinforcements at the natural. This is going to get out of control really quick for our Zerg player.
Oh my gosh. This is so scary for Zerg. He does need to keep these Zealots close together. Let's see how much damage he can get done. He's already gotten pretty good damage. Nice drone pull for throwing a bone. Ooh, a couple drones go down just then. He gets another 2. Oh, and a 3rd. And a 4th.
Nice. Pulling him. More Ling reinforcements, so this Zealot pressure is doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, really good Zealot pressure here. Yeah, this is really good damage for the Protoss player.
This is good.
Looks like he is cleaning it up for now.
Okay. House is doing what I would do. I would be pulling back at this point. We did what we wanted to do, and hopefully we're going to start seeing a pylon and a Zealot wall here. That's kind of what I want to see.
Sure, it looks like he does have the money to take another Nexus. Oh my gosh, he's throwing up to 4 gateways on one base. That's going to be super aggression from the Protoss. So he will have a lot of units, and it looks like Zerg is trying to make his way across the map with some Zerglings, looking to get some counter damage done after that Zealot push.
Yeah, but he's going to have to push right up this ramp with those Zerglings.
Ooh, yeah, that's a nice block with those Zealots. That's going to be really hard to get up there. And it looks like Zerg now has seen it. Is he going to keep forcing his way up? Oh, he looks like he's going to try to target down some Zealots. Almost gets one. But he smartly kind of backs off here. And now, I like that he's keeping track of where the Zealots are. It's really nice. And he has that Overlord inside the Protoss base. And now he sees exactly what's going on, right? But this is a huge, huge Zealot army, which he definitely needs to respect.
And we've got our counter coming up here. These 2 Sunkens. Although, I think more ideally they would have want to block this ramp here a little bit better.
Sure, let's see if this is going to be enough. Alright, here we go with the big engagement. Zealots coming in, some of them already getting right on top of the Sunken. You know, nice fight from both sides actually, but it looks like there's just barely enough to clear the survey.
Oh.
Oh, the Sunken goes down. Now we have Zerglings. I don't think he even has Zergling speed yet.
We don't have them up in time. They don't have attack or move speed. This is...
Yeah, starting to look scary for the Zerg. The Zealots making their way up the ramp.
Zerg has to be annoyed at this point. Early game
No
not
doubt.
going the way he wants to.
No doubt. I think he had the right idea making Sunkens, but maybe like you said, maybe need to do a little bit different placement. I don't know. It's always hard to say. But I do respect that he's staying in this game, still fighting it out. He's doing the best he can with what he's got. Here we come, another big fight with these Zealots just inching their way into the main. Starting to get more drone kills. Oh my gosh, yeah, clearing up all these drones is so huge.
Is this Sunken going to be able to hold this? I don't know. That's a lot of Zealots.
That's a lot of Zealots.
Doesn't look like it. And we have goon reinforcements coming up behind this, I believe.
Oh man.
Yeah, I think this is GG for our Zerg.
Wow, really nice play from the Protoss. I mean, it's super aggressive, something you don't see as much this day and age. But really cool to see that he's just going to be on one base. Obviously, really hard for the Zerg to deal with. But I like that the Protoss is kind of mixing it up a bit.
And this is quite a game one as well.
Absolutely. I'd say Throne of Bone has done a fantastic job of like defending with what he has, especially after scouting that opener so late. Like he could have just outright died right there in the beginning, but so he's managed to stay alive this far, which is pretty impressive. Oh, and he gets on top of these goons. Is he gonna clear this army? Actually, wow.
He holds.
That's impressive, I must say. Without Zergling speed, nonetheless.
What an incredible accomplishment from our Zerg player. Able to hold this and push it back home.
He is pushing it back home. Like, honestly, I feel like he can come back from this. He definitely has to be very defensive and, like, remake all those drones he lost, and it would be some time. It will take some patience, but I feel like he can do it. Let's see, is he going to get another Zealot here?
Oh my gosh.
Or two. He gets one. Oh my gosh, this is so back and forth, man. Slugfest.
Yeah, indeed. You know what though? I don't know how much longer the Protoss can do any meaningful damage here now that the Zerg is holding it off and rebuilding.
You're right, like the Zerg is starting to stabilize. If he can just hold this attack, because this is going to be a big attack, like I think he could be in a good position, but that's a big if. So we'll see what he can do here. It's going to come down to this fight, I do believe. Oh my gosh. Getting a decent surround with the Zerglings, but there's so much Protoss army here. May not be able to clean it up. Protoss muscling their way through.
Man, kudos to Throne of Bone. I actually thought he was going to pull out a comeback.
It's so wild, right?
And we're still building Lings. Can we actually hold this off?
Oh
I don't know.
Gosh. This is so crazy. This is so back and forth. I love to see it, man. Oh, and we have a Muta, or two Mutas in production for the Zerg, which would be actually really nice. Like, if you could get those counter damage done with the Mutas and get some probe kills, that would definitely help out.
Well, those Mutas are going to pop out. I don't know if it might be too little too late at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, there's not a whole lot left in the Zerg. He is going to clear up the main base, and he has that last remaining third, which definitely hurts.
Wow, what a what a game one from Protoss, man. Just starting out
Yeah,
strong.
absolutely, right? That play looked so strong. Oh, there are some mutas in the main of Protoss looking like they are getting a few probe kills, but like you said, maybe just too little too late. Unfortunately, 2 mutas aren't going to kill stuff too fast.
9 damage.
Really good idea.
You know?
Yeah, always got a few more. Throwing a bone, he's a fighter, man. He's a fighter. I really respect that.
I love watching his playstyle. He's super scrappy.
Yeah.
So these mutas are gonna hard counter these zealots, but you know what? I don't think they're gonna fight very well against these goons here.
That's a good point. This may be the final engagement. Oh, these
GG.
going down, but not enough. GG's called.
Oh
Well
my
played.
gosh. What a game.
Hell of a game one, huh?
What a scrappy game one. Oh my goodness.
Nice.
I love all 3 of these series. This is amazing.
Yeah, it has been a really, really awesome series today.
All right.
Obviously, I'm looking forward to our team playing, but I'm sure some casters will get to those games eventually.
I have 2 as well. Okay.
Oh, 76 here.
This is fast as possible the ladder map.
Right? Throw to Bones choice for game 2. Looking to do some craziness.
Speak of the devil, and they shall appear in the top right corner of the map. Representing Rockets Raiders, it's our Zerg player, Throne of Bone.
Ooh.
5
Super
pool.
fast pool. Sweet. I remember this game, man.
And let me tell you, in the top left hand corner, spreading the love real hard in game 1, we have from the Love Boat House.
Nice. From one of the big clans out there, CWT. Really strong clan in BWCL. And it's really nice to see them have players come and play in our humble NSL league, so much appreciated to those guys. Absolutely.
Indeed, it's really nice seeing CWT play in NSL this season.
Man, I tell you, ever since season 1, we have consistently got more players every single season, and that's maintained true for this season. So each season has gotten bigger and bigger, and now we just have more clans involved, more people from the community involved, and it's just really awesome to see. So,
thank you to all of our players, by the way, who have signed up and who are participating.
Absolutely, man. Couldn't do it without them. Oh, all right. Oh, he almost catches the probe. Decides to run by. Gets another opportunity to kill the probe. Oh, but just gonna go straight to the Protoss base. Looks like he's gonna get lucky and find it. This is like definite worst case scenario for Protoss.
Oh.
Oh my god, and he gets in.
Oh man, this is not.
Ooh, a Zealot finishes. Is it gonna be on time? Oh, he kills the pylon!
Oh, we got another one coming up!
Oh my god. It's so crazy, man. This is nuts. Oh. Oh, now probes are going down. He's Only got the one pylon. Is there a zealot being made? There is one being made.
And you
It's
know
gotta
what, man?
get out there.
Whenever I'm Protoss,
You've dealt with this, right? I know you've dealt with this.
I see lings in my base. This is the first thing I do. I grab all my probes and I just attack the lings, man.
Sure, man.
I ain't scared.
You kind of got to, right? Like you have nothing else. Oh, now the pylon goes down, and he really has nothing else but probes now.
This ling pressure, man. This is brutal.
I can see why Protoss just hates 4 and 5 pool. Like I see Protoss complain about it all the time, and it's a really strong build, so I can feel their pain. Yep, more probes going down. Now there's pretty much nothing left. He is gonna tap out. GG, tying up the series.
All right. Okay.
Sick, man.
Throne of Bone with the 5 pool.
I love it.
Beautiful. Hey, you know what? If you're down a game, do what you gotta do, man.
That's right. Especially in a tournament, best of 3, best of 5.
Absolutely.
Anything's game. And I mean, he had a little bit of luck on his side, not gonna lie, because if the Protoss was not top left, say it was like cross spawn, I think it would have bought a little bit more time for those zealots to come out, and then if he would have been able to block the ramp, I think Protoss would have been in a much better position. But fortunately, luck was not on his side that day, so Zerg's gonna take game 2.
Zerg's gonna take game 2, and we are gonna move on into game 3, the last game of the cast. Oh my goodness.
Alright, man. I love game 3s. Absolutely love to see game 3s.
Alright, in the top right of Retro.
Okay. Another becoming popular map seemingly is that was also picked in the Make Terran versus Tech game, so we'll see.
So we have our Zerg player, Throne of Bone, in the top right, and directly below in the bottom right. Not feeling the love last game with the 5 pool. We have House, our Protoss player.
Yes, indeed. Now he did open up a pretty heavy one-base play on the first game, and it looked like he was trying to do the same thing in the second game. So I'm interested to see what he does this game. I kind of don't remember.
This 8 pylon right here by the Nexus makes me think one base.
Okay, yeah, that's very smart actually. Yeah, you're probably right.
Which one base isn't bad if you know how to do it.
Sure. Gotta do damage though, right?
Yeah, we have a 10 gate. Gonna see a 12 gate coming down.
His Throne of Bone, actually, he's gonna go for what would be a 12 hatch, but it looks like he's doing a slightly faster variation. I think he maybe threw down 11 hatch, or maybe it was 12 hatch. I might have missed that. Okay, but either way, in this matchup, that's, in my opinion, can be a little bit greedy. If they decide to do like a cannon rush, you can get punished. But he's got to scout at first, and it looks like the direction he's scouting, it could be last scout, so he just very well might get away with it.
Yeah, and I don't know, our Protoss player, if they detect it fast enough, they might just decide to just, I think this is gonna be their plan this game. We just run everything in once they find the Zerg.
True, going for the 2 gate on one base opener again for BR House. And Zerg also is gonna get last scout, I do believe. I don't think he scouted that bottom right, did he? Okay, he's going there just now. Unfortunately, that last scout always hurts in every single matchup, right?
Yep.
Both players, however, gonna get last scout. And Protoss is going to move out just like he said. 3 Zealots. Oh, is he going to chase the drone? Maybe. It does kind of force 2 Zealots back right away, so and that's already buying him a little bit of time.
But we are building, yeah.
This is a lot of Zealots. You gotta be careful with Zerg. Let's see if Zerg has learned his lesson from the first game.
We are dropping a sunken right away, so we are going to have a sunken to hold off this pressure.
Oh, okay,
2
I
of
like
them.
it. I like it. I like it.
I don't know what this is going to get done. This is pretty strong.
Yeah, I like this decision making from Throne of Bone because in the first game he was going like 4 hatcheries right now with no sunkens. Whereas in this situation, he saved his economy in order to throw up those sunkens, and now I think he's going to be able to hold off this just fine without taking any damage, really. So I like that decision making there.
Me too. That's
Seems he's made the adjustment that he needed from game 1.
we have what we have here. We have a pylon. We just finished our gas. Picked off a Zergling.
Oh my gosh, is he just going to run by? Oh!
He should.
That could be really bad for Protoss, right? If he just gets in the main, starts killing all the probes, that could be huge.
Yeah, I mean, what are these zealots gonna do? Meander? You know, they don't have
Yeah,
speed.
I do like the decision to kind of pull back here, and maybe is he going to take the natural? I'm wondering. Or he might just decide to power up on one base like he did in game 1, which I think he is actually going to do again. Throwing down the 3rd gateway and 4th gateway. Okay. Yeah, very similar to game 1 playstyle. Which we saw in game 1 was like really super strong, so let's see if Throne of Bone's able to hold it off this time.
Got range coming. Nice.
Okay, getting range on the way, and a forge. To be safe against possible mutas, you know, it could be 2 hatchery muta, so I like the decision making there. And here we go, this army.
10 zealots, man.
It's a lot of zealots. Alright, even throwing down another sunken. I like that.
And I really like the SimCity. Great block here for the Lings.
Right, yeah, he can just go right up the ramp and block that ramp so that they can't just run by.
Throwing a bone, looking for a 3rd. It looks
He is
like.
looking for the 3rd. Unfortunately, he's not going to find one. Throne of Bone changed up the playstyle. Oh, and some Lings get into the main of Protoss. He's only got 1 goon. No cannons finished. He could find some damage. Oh, nice pro pull though from BR House. Not going to take too much damage there, it looks like. Had potential though. Good idea from Throne of Bone.
Yep.
And he also got good scouting information with that, so that was well worth sneaking those by.
We're on 1, 2, 3, 4 gates still.
Protoss is wondering, where is that 3rd base? He's looking for it. Sharking around the map. Definitely trying to find it, but it's just not there. And we have so many Zerglings here. Oh my gosh, Zergling speed about to finish, and we have Lurker aspect also about to finish. Oh man. I think Protoss can't completely ignore the Zergling army. This is quite a lot of Zerglings. Okay, he sees the army now. He knows it's there.
You know, the more this game goes on, the more I do not like this position for Protoss.
Yeah.
And this is exactly why these Lings just sense weakness, and they're just going to come right into main.
Oh, look at that. The link speed finished just in the perfect timing, and they run by and get up the ramp.
So many Lings.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. It's a lot of lings. He is pretty well defended with the cannons, and thank God he's pulling the zealots back. I think he's going to be able to clear it, but that was a very scary attack, no doubt. He is going to clear a fair amount of goons, which is great, with the lurker follow-up. And the thing I see that Protoss doesn't have is observers to spot for the lurkers when they do come. So there's a timing here, I think, for Zerg to get some really nice damage done.
Yeah, and now that we have our zealots with our dragoons, yeah, it looks like a scarier army. But we have no expansion either. This is quite an investment.
It is, and it is like a lot of Protoss army, so it's something that you gotta respect as Zerg for sure. Let's see. Oh, Throne of Bone. Already have 2 lurkers ready in defensive mode. I like this.
Yep. And like you said, we do not have observers.
Still no observers.
This is about that critical. I was mentioning earlier. You want about 10 minutes. You want observers out. We're kind of getting to that critical time.
Oh my gosh. Oh, nice bait there by Throne of Bones, baiting those goons right into the lurker. Does get a nice kill. And this has got to be his timing, right? As long as the Protoss has no observers and he can get a nice position. But the thing is, the map pathing forces you to go right up that ramp there, so he's kind of got to babysit him to go around it. So Protoss has a nice little defensive position there, which I think he can hold off. If he's able to get observers up in time, he still will be just fine. But let's see what he can do here. Lurker's moving out. Oh, doesn't quite get one. Nice shots on those lurkers. Wow, getting some nice spine hits on the army already. Yeah, I mean that's gotta feel bad, right? When you see the lurkers and you're like, oh, I forgot something.
Yep. And I can't tell you how many times I've forgotten observers and go, oh
yeah.
Crap.
Okay, here we get Zerg. He is moving around, which was what I was talking about. If he can get into that nice position, the Protoss army is very out of position, and Protoss now realizes that. Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness! I think these lurkers are just gonna get here and wreck.
Oh, massive damage getting done now. Lots of free damage here for the Zerg. Okay, an observer is being made in the production bar. I see that. So let's see if we can get it out in time to clear this army, which he might be able to. Is this Nexus gonna go down? Oh my gosh, it's pretty wide open.
Yeah. That's a...
Oh my gosh. That's a lot of damage. All the shields gone.
Wow.
Well, there's the observer though.
Finally.
Oh my god. He's actually gonna save this Nexus? That's pretty impressive, I gotta say.
This is like the hero observer, man.
Seriously. Oh my gosh. Oh, here comes the reinforcements from Zerg though.
I don't think Protoss has enough to respond to this.
Oh my gosh. Oh, nice leapfrog there with the one lurker and then buries the other. Oh, he snipes the observer. One goes down, but he's got one more. This is the hard thing for Protoss, to keep those observers alive, right? Whenever I play Protoss against Zerg, I always have a hard time keeping those things alive, which isn't often, but... Ooh, he snipes it.
Yeah, there gets to be a point where you need an observer with your army, and the moment your army engages, the first thing that dies.
Yeah, absolutely right. Like observers are so good until they are detected, and then they are worse than paper wraiths. They just go down.
Yeah,
Oh, he's
BR
gonna tap
House.
out. I can't blame him, honestly.
I don't
I
think you
think
just
he,
had enough.
yeah, yep, well fought though. Honestly, really cool to see that old school style come back into play. So
Indeed.
nice series. Reverse sweep for Zerg.
Indeed, yeah. Zerg had a good series this game.
Mm-hmm.
The four gate aggression really worked well the first game, but
Yeah,
it is a gamble.
right. And Throne of Bone was able to make the adjustment he needed, which is a really good way
Yep.
of making that decision making. Like I really like his choices.
Yep.
And
You drop that
it was
sunken.
nonstop.
You drop
Yep.
1 second before those first zealots hits. You hold with lings, and you have your good
Right.
sunken Sim City, and that's all it takes, man.
Yeah, he didn't overmake on the hatcheries that time, and the scouting was a little bit better, even though they both got last scout, which is unfortunate, but not much you can do about that.
It happens, man. That's StarCraft.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
and really, would that not have been any less fun? It's like that would have been less fun if they didn't get the last scout.
I agree. Fun for us, right? We like
Exactly.
watching other people's pain. Oh man. Well, thanks again, Breeze, for having me, man.
my
It's
my
been great.
pleasure. Thank you so much for showing up, man, and for casting with me. I really appreciate you stopping by and helping out.
Oh, it's my pleasure, my friend. My pleasure.
All right. Well, thank you all for watching. We are wow, that was a cast.
Hmm.
we,
A lot of
we,
game threes. Really, a
yeah,
lot of game threes.
a lot of game threes, and it was really, really, really close in a lot of
Mm-hmm.
these. It came down to
Absolutely.
like one fight, which is great.
I honestly did not mind rewatching those one bit. Like that was really awesome.
I'm so glad. Uh,
Yeah.
I'm so glad. I was semi worried that like no one was gonna want to rewatch those once we casted them again. But I was like, you know what? Let's just do it anyway.
I like that, man. I really think it's cool to see the new duo in action and to get another perspective from a different set of players is really cool to see. So
Well,
thanks again.
thank you, man. I appreciate it.
I look forward to seeing some more future casts.
Me too. I'm uh I'm going to I think that's going to be it for me. It
Okay,
is late,
sounds good.
but I appreciate it. I'm going to roll the credits and send off with the music here.
Nice. GG's, everybody. Have a good night, morning, or
GG's.
day, wherever you are.
We'll see y'all next time. We're going to be back on Deadweight's stream next week, and we're going to have more T3s, that's for sure. And
Sweet.
I don't know. Who knows? I wouldn't mind casting some more T3s again this week as like guest cast, but you know what? Take it 1 week at a time, man. It's an adventure.
Awesome.
All
Sounds
right.
great.
Well, good night, everybody. Oh, and before I go, we have the chill stream on here is going to be tomorrow. I'm also going to link y'all Deadweight's Twitch
Nice.
in the chat so you can all show him some love and give him a follow.
Very nice.
All right. Um, All right, and I will also share that link in the about of this video as well once I'm done. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. I hope you had a good time, and I hope to see you tomorrow back here on this Twitch for our chill stream, live from the newbie sphere.
Oh yeah.
And otherwise, we'll see you all again real soon. Have a great morning, afternoon, evening. Have a great day wherever you are. And yeah, peace out. Rock on.
Mm. Well
Okay.
said.
Okay. Credits are not
Is that
rolling. Credits are
All
not
right.
rolling. So we'll just we'll just go straight to this. All right.
Honestly, you're doing way better than I would because I don't know how to do any of this stuff. So, gotta give you some props. Ah, there it is. Alrighty, yeah, GG's Breeze. We'll see you next time, brother man.
See you next time, man.
Alrighty, much love, bro. Peace.
Have a good one.